primarily due to higher than anticipated special fire permits, food dealer permits, and burglar alarm permits. Interest income increased by $1.2 million due to higher than anticipated earnings on deposit investments. And transfers from other funds decreased by $1.9 million due to lower than anticipated transfers from Park Houston Fund. Our expenditure projection decreased by $9.8 million from the May 2024 report due to year-end savings in personnel, supplies, and service costs. Moving over to our enterprise funds. In aviation, operating revenues increased by $8 million due to higher than anticipated garage parking revenues, ground rental fees, and concessions. Operating expenses increased by $8.8 million due to higher than anticipated supplies and service costs. Non-operating revenues increased by $10.9 million due to higher than anticipated interest income. And operating transfers from the Revenue Fund to the Airport Improvement Fund increased by $10 million. In the Combined Utility System Fund, operating revenues decreased by $77.2 million due to a decrease in water and sewer revenues, which was due to the implementation of the new water bill improvement plan. Operating expenditures decreased by $111.1 million due to contract implementation delays and savings in personnel and supplies. Non-operating revenues increased by $14.1 million due to higher interest income. Operating transfers decreased by $26.2 million due to lower than anticipated debt service transfer, less transfer to the Stormwater Fund, and delays in equipment purchases. For the Dedicated Drainage and Street Renewal Fund ad valorem, expenditures decreased by $32.9 million, primarily due to less transfer to capital projects and delays in vehicle purchases. In the Dedicated Drainage and Street Renewal Fund drainage charge, revenues increased by $3.1 million due to higher than anticipated drainage charge revenue and higher than anticipated interest income. Expenditures decreased by $49.7 million due to less transfer to capital projects and lower than anticipated claims and judgment. In the Dedicated Drainage and Street Renewal Fund Metro, expenditures decreased by $5.8 million due to lower than anticipated spending on personnel and services and less transfer to debt service. In the Stormwater Fund, revenues decreased by $12.1 million, primarily due to less transfer from the Combined Utility System. Expenditures decreased by $13.8 million due to delays in vehicle purchases and infrastructure maintenance services. For our commercial paper and bonds, the city's practice has been to maintain no more than 20% of the total outstanding debt for each type of debt in a variable rate structure. As of June 30th, 2024, the ratio of unhedged variable rate debt for each type of outstanding debt continues to be well below that threshold. Moving over to our quarterly investment report. As of June 30th, 2024, the city had $5.74 billion invested in our general investment pool. The character of this pool is that of a short-term bond fund that holds investments of very high credit quality. Fitch Ratings reviewed this pool and assigned the pool its highest rating, AAA. Our investment strategy is to match assets and liabilities for a time period of 1 year into the future and to exercise discretion for the balance of remaining funds. Investments are $87 million higher than last year, and this is primarily attributable to the commercial paper issuances in the Combined Utility System. As of June 30th, 2024, the general investment pool was yielding 3.778%, which is up from 3.572% in the prior quarter. In addition to the general investment pool, we have two small investment pools that total about $16 million. Those pools exist to comply with tax requirements of the federal government. A detailed listing of all of the securities owned by the city appears at the back of the investment report. Moving to our quarterly swap report. The written swap report that appears in the MOFR offers a comprehensive description of our two swap positions. The city had a net paid for the 12-month fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024 from its swaps of $14.6 million. The fair value for both swaps combined as of June 30th, 2024 was negative $69.5 million, which is an improvement of approximately $16.8 million over last quarter. Both of the city's swaps are trending in a positive direction. As you know, the city swaps are fairly complex. If you have questions regarding our report, please contact my office. Mayor, if you would allow me a brief moment of personal privilege to touch on a few points I made yesterday during the Budget and Fiscal Affairs Committee meeting. First, we learned last week of the departure of Fire Chief Sam Pena, following years of dedicated service to our community. On behalf of every Houstonian, I extend my appreciation to Chief Pena, and I join other city leaders in welcoming Thomas Munoz to the role as we continue to advance the mission of protecting the safety and well-being of Houston residents. I also want to take this moment to acknowledge the life and legacy of our Congresswoman, the Honorable Sheila Jackson Lee. We continue to lift her family up in prayer, as well as all those who cherished and knew her, and we will forever remain grateful for her life of service. Lastly, Mayor, since my previous report, our Treasury Division, led by Vernon Middleton Lewis, along with the city's Finance Working Group, completed the marketing, pricing, and sale of $734 million in general obligation refunding bonds. Special thanks to Director Dabowski and other members of the finance team for their support. $650 million of those proceeds from the bond issuance are being used to compensate Houston's firefighters based on the deal this council approved last month. We will be paying on these bonds until the year 2051 at a total cost of $1.35 billion. And as you know, Mayor, this agreement was approved with no corresponding plan for how to pay for it. Predictably, ratings agencies have not responded positively. Earlier this month, Standard & Poor's revised its rating outlook for the city's general obligation debt from stable to negative. And while this is not yet a credit rating downgrade, S&P noted that its negative outlook reflects at least a 1 in 3 chance that they could downgrade the city's debt based on 1, the fact that we're spending down our reserves, 2, the anticipated budget shortfalls related to increased debt service and salary increases, and 3, no articulated plan to raise revenue. We need to recognize that this is a problem. As I said yesterday, it's not firefighters' fault that we're in this position. Firefighters are well within their right to fight for higher pay, and I've made my position clear that we have to make employee pay competitive across the board in order to continue to attract talent to the city of Houston. The problem is that there's no plan in place to pay for these and other increased costs, and the markets are beginning to demand greater fiscal responsibility. So we have to take this seriously, and we have to take the steps necessary to put the city on a strong financial footing, not just for the sake of our creditors, but for the peace of mind of Houstonians. Mayor, that concludes my report.
Thank you. Probably don't have time to respond to all of your concerns, but to assure you that we're fully aware of our responsibilities, and we're in contact with Standard & Poor's and Moody's. And if some of our elected officials would quit frightening them and scaring them with misinformation, we'd be in a lot stronger financial picture. I had a very productive meeting Monday in the governor's office, making plans to get additional resources to meet our obligations. As you well know, when I was sworn in, the city was $160 million short of necessary funding. So we all have a challenge. I think we all have a huge responsibility to be very transparent. If we'd have never heard of the firefighters' agreement, which was settled to avoid a costly and risky trial, if we would have not been funding the city the last 2 budget cycles on one-time federal funding, but been very transparent, we wouldn't be having probably this conversation. But as you well know, we had a severe shortfall January 1. We avoided a costly, risky court hearing. Judge was ready to go to trial. Outside attorneys, the partnership, others said it was probably going to be over $1 billion. We settled for $650. And like I said, we don't have time to litigate that this morning. But I assure you that there will be sufficient funds to meet our obligation before we address next year's budget. But I appreciate the job you do.
Absolutely.
And your personal privilege and political statements are always welcome.
Sure. I wouldn't call this a political statement. These are about the numbers, Mayor. Yeah. In my conversations with the ratings agencies as well as public finance professionals across the country,
sure,
I've sought to ensure them that we are not broke but in fact, we have a near record fund balance. But the fact remains that, as you note, we continue to fund these recurring costs with one-time money, and we got to change that.
I appreciate that. Ms. Lichenpan?
Good morning, Mayor, Council Member. This is the 12+0 financial report for the period ending June 30th, 2024. Fiscal year 2024 projections are based on 12 months of actual result. However, invoices for goods and services provided in fiscal year 2024 do continue to come in. These expenses continue to be recorded as accrued to the fiscal year 2024 until August 31st. So the results are not finalized until the publications of the fiscal year 2024 annual comprehensive financial report. So next month, we will begin presenting the monthly financial report for the fiscal year 2025. At the time of the 2025 adopted budget formulations, the beginning fund balance was estimated to be $468 million. In this 12+0 financial report, we are currently projecting that this fund balance will be $486 million, an increase of $18 million. For general fund, our revenue projection is $50.5 million higher than the adopted budget and $1.8 million lower than prior month's projection. And this is mainly due to the following: $2 million decrease in transfer from other funds due to lower than anticipated transfer from Park Houston Fund, $1 million decrease in miscellaneous due to lower than anticipated recovery and refund for standby fees, $895,000 decrease in other taxes due to lower than anticipated mixed beverage tax receipt, $428,000 decrease in sale of capital asset to reflect lower than anticipated land sales, $1.1 million increase in license and permits mainly due to higher than anticipated special fire alarm permits and liquor license, $986,000 increase in charges for services mainly due to higher than anticipated ambulance fee, and $319,000 increase in interest due to higher than anticipated earnings. For our expenditure projection, is $32.6 million higher than the adopted budget and $9.8 million lower than prior month. The variance from prior month's projection is due to year-end saving in personnel, supply, and services. We are currently projecting the ending fund balance of $485.6 million, which is $8 million higher than the adopted budget and 19.6% of estimated expenditure less debt service and pay as you go. So the fund balance is $300 million above the targeted 7.5% of the expenditure excluding debt service and pay goal. We agree with the controller for enterprise fund, and I will highlight some of the changes in the special revenue fund. For health benefit fund, revenue decreased by $11.8 million due to lower enrollment. Non-operating revenue increased by $710,000 due to higher than anticipated interest. Expenditure decreased by $11.7 million due to lower claims. Property and casualty fund, revenues and expenditure decreased by $8.1 million due to lower than anticipated costs for legal services and insurance premium as well as personnel savings. Worker compensation fund, operating revenue and expenditure decreased by $2.4 million due to lower than anticipated claims. Asset forfeiture fund, expenditure decreased by $2.4 million due to personnel savings and delay in computer equipment purchase. Auto dealer special revenue fund, expenditure decreased by $2.9 million due to delay in vehicle purchase. Essential public health fund, expenditure decreased by $2.4 million due to saving in personnel and services. Health special revenue fund, expenditure decreased by $1.3 million due to saving in services and delay in equipment purchase. Houston Emergency Center Fund expenditure decreased by $1.8 million, mainly due to personnel saving. Maintenance, renewal, and replacement fund expenditure decreased by $3 million due to saving in personnel, supply, and services. Park Special Revenue Fund expenditure decreased by $1.2 million due to saving in personnel, supply, and services. Park Houston Special Revenue Fund expenditure decreased by $2 million due to lower transfer to general fund, as I mentioned earlier. Police Special Revenue Fund expenditure decreased by $1.1 million, and Special Waste Transportation and Inspection Fund decreased by $2.4 million due to saving in personnel, supply, and services. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Pollard.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you both for your presentations. The firefighter settlement was mentioned in the presentation, so this question is for either one of you all. I received an email regarding the settlement pay of the firefighters recently that spoke to the Houston Firefighters Relief and Retirement Fund, which is their defined benefit plan, asking the members of the Houston Fire Department who received the settlement checks if they want to designate any pay of that settlement to pensionable pay. I'm not sure if you all are aware of that. If you are, what are your thoughts, and if that has any impact on the city? And to the city attorney, if that is the case and it is being inquired by members of the Houston Fire Department if they can allocate dollars of their settlement pay to pension payments, how does that impact the agreement that we settled and negotiated upon, which stated that none of these payments would be correlated with pensions?
I'll ask the city attorney who was at the negotiating table where that was addressed, Councilmember.
The court order provides that the payment by the city is non-pensionable. So I don't believe that the pension system can change that. It's also the assumption under which the Attorney General approved the bonds.
So why is there correspondence between a party of that negotiation, which is the firefighters union, speaking with the Retirement and Relief Fund regarding pensionable pay based on settlement allocations?
That's what I'm trying to find out, but we did have discussions with the firefighter pension system during negotiations on the character of the payment.
And if that is accurate, would that impact the settlement agreement that has already stated terms that none of these payments can be used for pension?
Well, yeah, the settlement agreement, and more importantly, the court order would prohibit that characterization. So there may have to be changes reversing what was done if what you're saying is in fact moving forward.
All right, can you keep me posted on that?
Yes, and council and the mayor.
And same with the finance department and the controller's office.
Sure. I was largely going to defer to the city attorney anyhow, so thanks for that response, Arturo. The one thing I'll say is that my office is physically cutting those checks to firefighters as we speak. In fact, the deadline to turn those checks over to fire union leadership is tomorrow. And as we're cutting those checks, there are reductions for assumed taxes and things like that. There's nothing in there regarding pensions.
Mayor, do you have any insight?
My understanding that there's no exposure or liability for the pension, the way it was structured with the court. If you'd share with us who raised the issue, that would probably explain the answer too.
Well, I've sent it over to your administration.
I appreciate it. Thank you. But the sovereignty and any exposure of the pension was part of the structure.
Yeah, I mean, my question was basically, is there any mechanism to where any of these lump sum payments can be attributed to pension pay as was described in some of the correspondence that I've received?
No, we're in, as Arturo said, we've sought out additional information. If you'll share with us the source, we'll go straight to the source. I'm certain
It's the Houston firefighters.
it's someone that is still criticizing a very reasonable settlement.
No, it's the Houston Firefighters Relief and Retirement Fund.
Yeah,
I mentioned that.
Well, they have opinions too. We
Okay.
respect. Thank you. Appreciate it. No other speakers. Any other speakers? Is there a motion to accept the report?
I move we accept the monthly financial report for the period ended June 30th, 2024, and the quarterly investment and swap report.
Second, Castillo.
Motion's made and seconded. All in favor say yes. Those opposed, nay. Motion carries.
Thank you all.
Thank you all. Next, member, public hearing on the 4% tax credits. We do not have anyone signed up to testify. Is there anyone present would like to? Seeing no one.
Oh, we do have one person.
Yes, sir. Come down, Pastor.
Either mic. I'll turn on whichever mic you choose.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Council. How are you all? I appear before you this morning to ask
Excuse me, for those that are not as familiar with you as some of us that grew up with you, when you first started your housing, would you state your name and who you represent?
Okay. My name is Harvey Clemens, Jr. I am here representing the Pleasant Hill Community Development Corporation and two 4% properties that we have up before you today with a consent of resolution of no objection. These two properties are, quite frankly, beautiful properties that 30 years ago were touted as the first multifamily properties in Fifth Ward in over 40 years. And so they're tired. One was a 9% tax credit deal, and the other one was funded by HUD funds from the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs. I want to pause just briefly enough, Mayor, to say to some council members during this last hurricane that really stepped up for us in Fifth Ward, Councilmember Plummer and then Abby and other council members, my council member from District B, brought water, ice, food, all kinds of things to help us with our seniors. The 165-unit senior housing complex is a 4-story complex with no generators. You might imagine that when the lights went out for 5 days, we had to make sure that our staff was walking every unit on the 4th floor to make sure that those seniors were not left in their property. Some of them were not able to come downstairs. In this 4% tax credit bond deal that we're doing for Pleasant Hill, what is included in that is a generator that makes at least one elevator work, the kitchen work, because this location in Fifth Ward is kind of the place where everybody come together during a point of crisis to look for, food and the things to get through the crisis. So included in here is a generator to make sure that one elevator is working, that the kitchen is working, that lights are on in the hallway. And because it's a pump system, that makes sure that water is spread throughout the building. Across the street from that is 48 units of family housing, 1, 2, and 3 bedroom properties, built about the same time, within 2 years of each other. It, too, is a beautiful property. It's tired, and so what we need to do now is go back in and refurbish them because for over the last almost 30 years, they have provided affordable housing to people in our community who otherwise would not have been able to afford it. Much of that has been because of the help of people like yourself who have sat around this council table and who have funded these projects over the years, over the last 40 years. For that, I say to you all, thank you for your service. We would like to enjoy your support. you will be supporting projects that are very good and provide affordable housing for people in our community that actually need it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for your service. Councilman Thomas.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. Reverend Clemens, good to see you. Good morning. I believe that we need more developers like you that value not just new construction developments, but also rehabs. A couple of years ago, the same body, we had implored the housing department to incentivize developers to look at rehabilitation projects. But we know how costly it is. We know the financing that's involved because many of them pursue new construction. So thank you for not just investing in the community years ago, but continuing to do that. Wish we had more of that on the west side. And I know you have a former property on the west side that off of A-Leaf Clothing that my cousin and her family moved into when it was new. So I know your work. Your work speaks to offering opportunities to families. So I want to thank you for that. And thank you for coming before this body. I look forward to supporting this item.
Thank you, Council Member.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Reverend Clemens, for everything that you're doing for the Fifth Ward community and District B.
Yes,
I echo my colleague. The need for quality, affordable housing in our communities is desperately in need, and you have been doing everything that you can within the Fifth Ward community, not just to upgrade housing, but I mean, you're working on the St. Elizabeth project, and so you've been doing a lot of great work in the district, and so I support this project. We need a whole lot more of it, and I will be enlisting your advice on projects on the northeast side as well as in the Acres Homes area, and so anything else I can do to support, just let me know.
You have my support, and anything I can do to help you meet the agenda of District B, you know you can count on me. Thank you so very much for your service.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Castic Tatum.
Thank you, Pastor, for being here and for speaking at the public hearing today. I'm a big proponent of rehabs. We have asked more developers to come in and utilize the opportunities for us to rehab properties throughout the entire city of Houston. I think something that you said today that you will be including that generator to make sure that at least one elevator is operable is critical. As we know, there are more named storms expected this hurricane season, and as these weather events are coming more frequently and they are stronger, we need to make sure that as we are rehabbing and building facilities specifically with seniors and affordable housing in mind, that we are also considering the safety of those residents that will be in those properties. So thank you for leading in that space and making sure that all of the tenants who will live in these properties have a safety net included in those developments. So we appreciate you, and I look forward to supporting this.
Thank you.
Councilman Plummer.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you so much for being here. I've seen you work firsthand, and I see the smiles and the expressions of relief on your residents' faces. So thank you so much for leading the charge on this. You know, Mayor, we talked about what we need to do for senior facilities and what we need to make mandatory, and putting that generator in to ensure the first, at least one area is cool, and elevator works, because I know that your staff was literally helping people get downstairs, and you were walking ice and food and everything up to them that couldn't access it. So, and keeping the refrigerator cool, and all the information you gave out to let people know how many days it should be in there, all the outreach you did for your senior residents is really profound and very much appreciated. So thank you for the work that you do, and I'm fully supportive of this project.
You know that because you were walking those stairs with us. And we thank you for having your staff, your husband,
No
your
husband.
family.
No husband. Don't start no rumors. No.
Working, but
Good
at
friends,
any rate,
good friends.
people.
You done married me off.
Can I be dismissed? Can I go?
Slow down now. No, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councilman Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. Pastor Clemens, so good to see you, my friend, and certainly I want to commend you and certainly support this project that we've been in the battle for housing for 40 years. remember in 19...
I'm not saying another
I know
word.
you're not going to reply to that 40-year, but 1988, when we were out there marching for Community Reinvestment Act, when I went against the bank in regards to the merger, the community involvement has been a long length of time for both of us in working to make a difference in our community, and commend you for staying in the battle. Of course, you know there are so many churches that pursue the opportunity to make it better in our communities, and this is one of many. Back during the time when there was Pastor Lawson and Jimmy and Pastor Robert Jefferson, I can go on and on, Ed Lockett, so many pastors when we was fighting to fight. And thank God for those pastors. I look forward to seeing more of these type of projects spread out across our city with some of our, religious leaders with properties that can help to stimulate our communities. We need that. We need that, and so that we can keep our cities and communities not only stimulated with housing, but economic development.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you so much for being here.
Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you, Mayor. And I also wanted to recognize Kathy Payton for her amazing work that she's doing. There she go, in Fifth Ward community. So behind every great man is a great woman. And so we got to give our props out to our woman who is making sure that they're holding down the fort. So thank you for everything that you do. Okay.
Now he can do this.
Thank you, Pastor, and thank you. I'm not surprised that you care for your residents. We need to continue to review those that do not. In fact, at the Senate hearing on Monday, holding CenterPoint accountable, we spent a considerable amount of time talking about the most vulnerable part, individuals of our community. We've discovered during the crisis, going back to Dorito, unscrupulous operators, owners, managers that abandon seniors during the storm. So how do we go about even conceivably making that criminal, holding them accountable, certainly maybe even on the front end when we approve the projects? The state is looking at some requirement of generators. We all know that it is such a challenge, but I applaud you for maintaining your facilities, and certainly it's inconceivable what I saw at Independence Hall over at Airline in 45. Management just left seniors by themselves without power for days. So anyway, thank you for being the model of not only being a man of faith, but also a public servant in every stretch of the way. So when I said we'd grown up together,
we did.
Maybe some folks hearing my voice don't know what you meant, but you said you've been providing housing and community services for 40 years?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, I got you. We were right there. I can remember some very early meetings together. So yeah, it's been very rewarding to watch your work, and even as we talk today, you're going forward. So allow all of us to know how we can help.
We could not do it without the help of our public officials and our elected officials who believe in the work that we do. And so for all of you, we say thank you so very much. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Have a blessed day. Anyone else like to testify? Seeing no one else, is there a motion to close the hearing?
Cassack Tatum move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Motion is made and seconded to close this public hearing. All in favor say yes. Those opposed, no. Motion passes. I will quickly give a announcement as part of my mayor's announcement report of the Back to School Fest presented by Shell this Saturday at the George Brown Convention Center, August 3rd, from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. It's the annual Back to School Fest. We'll provide up to 25,000 kindergartens through the 5th grade with the following packages. Houston Food Bank is also a partner, so I would encourage everyone. I would not be shocked to see that there's a stronger draw than the 25,000, but we thank Shell and their co-sponsors. I've got, obviously, Chief Satterwhite scheduled to brief us on HPD's report on the suspension of cases. I'm going to wait to the end of council to do that, so we will have adequate time. Now getting to the agenda. Madam Secretary, will you proceed with the consent agenda?
Under the accept work, items 2, 3, and 4 need a motion.
Move. Second.
All in favor, second. All in favor say yes. Those opposed, nay. Motion passes.
Under the property category, item 5 needs a motion.
Castex Tatum move.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor say yes. Those opposed, nay. Motion passes.
Under the purchasing and tabulation of bids category, item 6 has been removed for separate consideration. Need a motion for items 7, 8, and 9.
Castex Tatum move. Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor say yes. Those opposed, nay. Motion passes.
Under the resolution category, item 10 has been removed for separate consideration. Under the ordinances category, item 18 has been pulled and will not be considered. Items removed for separate consideration, 11, 20, 23, and 30. Those numbers again are 11, 20, 23, and 30. Need a vote on the balance.
All in favor say yes. Those opposed, nay. Motion passes.
Jeez. Items removed for separate consideration. Item 6 needs a motion.
Vice Mayor Pro Tem.
Vice Mayor Pro Tem Peck.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to tag this item. I completely support mental health services for HFD. There's just some questions about why we have not chosen a vendor in Houston and chosen someone in Austin to only basically do virtual appointments.
I'll share some of your questions as well. We discussed it at length this morning in our preparation, and there's some valid questions that need to be asked by fire to make sure we're providing the services that are expected and needed. So thank you. Yeah, we allow
release for discussion,
Councilmember
yes.
Carter to address. Councilmember Carter.
I'll join the tag. I have the same questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So Peck, Carter, and Pollard.
Pollard, Carter, and Peck. And Evan Shabazz
Evan Shabazz.
tagged. Davis is well tagged.
Evan Shabazz
Thank you.
and Dave.
4.
I have 5. Peck, Carter, Pollard, Evan Shabazz, and Davis. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Item 10 is a resolution. Just need a vote.
All in favor say yes. Those opposed, nay. Motion passes.
Item 11 is an ordinance. Just need a vote.
All in favor say yes. Those opposed, no.
Thomas no.
Tag.
Councilmember Plummer.
Tag Plummer.
Tag. Okay.
Jackson.
Plummer, Pollard, Jackson. Okay. Plummer, Pollard,
Thomas.
Mm-hmm. So we have Plummer, Pollard, Jackson, and Thomas tagging.
Thomas, Pollard,
Plummer, and Jackson.
Plummer, and Jackson.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, 4.
4.
Yeah, 4.
Items tagged.
Item 20 is an ordinance. Just need a vote.
All in favor say yes. Those opposed, nay. Motion passes.
Item 23 is an ordinance. Just need a vote.
All in favor say yes. Those opposed, nay. Motion passes.
Item 30 is an ordinance. Just need a vote.
Councilor Flickinger.
Yes, I want to draw attention to this. Congressman Crenshaw has been instrumental in getting funds for this. It's been a huge help out to my district, preventing the flooding, both in the dredging and these type of items. So just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. All in favor say yes. Those opposed, no. Motion passes.
Item 35 is to set a public hearing date. Need a motion.
Council Secretary to move to set the hearing date for 9 a.m. Wednesday, August the 14th.
Second.
Motion is made, seconded. All in favor say yes. Those opposed, nay. Motion passes.
Item 36 is an ordinance. Just need a vote.
Councilmember Plummer.
Councilman Plummer.
Thank you, Mayor. And I am supportive of this item. I believe that we do need to, I had a good conversation with Evolve. I do believe that we need to diversify our transportation options, and that last mile is very critical. I know this is just extending the contract. What I would like to have is a deeper conversation about funding through Metro. What I don't want to have happen is I want to make sure that I'm very hopeful, still hopeful, that we can renegotiate this university line, and I don't want us to use any funding that could potentially affect the way in which mass transit happens. And so, although I'm fully supportive of this, I know Councilmember Shabazz has been an integral part of making sure that her community is supported. I actually was there and I saw one, and 4 people were in there, and it was really great to see. So I think it's important to do this. I wanted to hop on it actually. But I do want to also bring to understanding that the university line is important, and that as Metro's commitment is to move people from the west side all the way down to LBJ, it's critical, and that this is an opportunity to look at public transit in a different way, in a more positive way in the city of Houston. Thank you.
Evans Shabazz.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council Member, for your concerns. This has been a tremendous opportunity for the people in the Third Ward community. I want to also be mindful that the contract ends, I believe, July 31st. So we are under a time restraint. I want to acknowledge Casey Brown, the CEO of Evolve. I believe if you have any questions or anyone has any questions, I think that Casey could perhaps answer those questions. And so, with the mayor's permission. Casey, present?
To come up and speak.
Oh, okay, good. All right. With your permission, Mayor, if you will allow Casey Brown to come up and answer any questions.
Sure, come forward.
Thank you.
Give us your name and who you represent.
My name is Casey Brown. I'm the President and Executive Director of Evolve Houston.
Questions, Councilman?
No, I don't. I didn't know. So you're just concerned about the university line.
Yes,
okay.
ma'am. And
well, my apologies. He was ready and waiting, though.
Yeah, no. For clarification,
just to make sure this is so very important, I just wanted to make sure that if there were any questions, that he could answer those. But if there are no questions, I am certainly in favor of moving forward. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Alcorn.
Thank you. I'll make it worth your while to come to the podium. So I asked some questions about this item too, and was really thrilled to see that since its inception, 15,500 rides and the total miles driven under these contracts is 60,200. I had a question about cost per mile. That goes to about $5.65 per mile. I don't have a good sense of what other, and I know that this is different and you're offering a service, so I don't, it's not really competitive, but what are kind of other rates of ride shares?
Yeah, so our ride share is really unique in the sense of the service zone size that we offer. And so even in the ride share world, comparing this apples to apples will appear to be a pretty low number, but there's some unique reasons why. So, as we move forward and continue to grow this service, we're excited to find additional cost efficiencies that push that further down.
Okay, and it's my understanding that the additional from the 281 that the city is putting into the 1.3, that funding's coming from will come from Metro.
Yeah,
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilman Flickinger.
The comparison on cost per mile, what about cost per person?
Yeah, the cost per passenger drives even lower. We focus on a concept called pooled rides as well. So you'll see 5 seats available with a driver taking the 6th seat of the vehicle. And so when we start to get the vehicle filled up with 1 or 2 trips, which may include a couple passengers per trip, you start delivering a very low cost per passenger. Yep.
Any more questions? Councilmember Evans Shabazz.
And to alleviate the concerns, this is a Metro money item, not a city money item, just to be clear.
Very good.
Thank you.
That's all. Just need a vote.
All in favor say yes. Those opposed, nay. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Item 37 is an ordinance. Just need a vote.
Supplemental. Just need a vote on 37.
All in favor on item 37 say yes. Those opposed, nay. Motion passes.
That's it.
Okay, members, we have the mayor's report. And before I call up Chief Satterwhite, I want to briefly address, and I respect the tags on item 11, but I want you to know the origin of it. It's a very serious matter. We won't meet next week, as you know, but I hope you'll be prepared in a couple of weeks with your questions answered. No one, certainly I, are trying to interfere with protesters, picketers, but I would suggest cities across the country are addressing this. I believe if you had to go through what I go through 4 times now at night, as late as 11 o'clock, with protesters shining beams of light into your house and lasers into your house on July 4th, blocking your driveway so you can't get to July 4th events. It's very frightening. It's not fair to my neighbors. They didn't sign up for this. It's professional protesters being paid. I could go on and on. You need to be there to believe what they're doing to my neighborhood, as well as Lizzie Fletcher's neighborhood and Senator Cruz. It's requiring a lot of HPD resources. They're becoming more aggressive, more emboldened. So we're following Dallas's lead, getting every legal opinion we could. Justice O'Connor in 1988 said that there could be regulations on protesting in front of residences. It has safeguards where the protest prohibition or distance, actually, let me emphasize that, it would be 4 lots down from my house. Justice O'Connor said that that was not a challenge to the First Amendment. Dallas has done it. Pearland's done it. Newport, California, San Jose, Riverside, and we'll see others. It's a safety issue. It protects legitimate concerns of protesters, but enough's enough when they start disturbing the entire peace of the neighborhood and making threatening drums, bullhorns, getting there at 9 o'clock at night, staying there till 11. It's a terrible waste of police resources, which have to make the call. But on July 4th, they had a physical encounter with one of my detail folks. So, you know, everybody needs to vote their conscience, their districts, but I promise you, if you live through what my neighborhood has gone through, and it's not even a city issue. We're all sensitive to their concerns, but it's not a city issue. So with that said, I hope you'll familiarize yourself with the cases that support this and the efforts around other cities in America. Thank y'all.
There's a comment from Pollard.
Councilmember Pollard.
Thank you, Mayor. And I was too looking at that that item. I'm not sure if we can talk on it since we tagged it, but aren't there already safeguards in place for disturbing the peace and measures that can be taken based on what laws are already on the books that can safeguard you from, or any elected official from some of the actions that are taking place by the protesters? There's been many instances where if you use bullhorns or beams or anything like that, that can be constituted as disturbing the peace. If you don't follow certain protocol with law enforcement, it can be deemed disturbing the peace. After certain hours, it can be deemed a certain disturbing the peace. Like, all that precedent is already laid. So not sure what this is actually intending to do above what the law has already provided to us. And if we can get some type of clarification on that over the next couple of weeks while this is being tagged, I think that will help us understand the intention behind this, and so that we don't find ourselves in a legal battle over freedom of speech.
I appreciate your concern, but I assure you every measure possible has been explored with the DA's office and HPD. It's not covered by the statutes. They're not accepting specific charges. They've been ticketing for disturbing the peace. But the problem is there were 26 one night. So some take different measures than others. So this is an effort to not use the actions of a couple, and you can't charge them unless you identify them and single them out when you have a group of 26 people at 11 o'clock at night. I'm just telling you, the prevention in the ordinance is highly recommended by law enforcement and the district attorney's office. The Supreme Court has supported it, so I don't think you have to worry about a big legal battle. It's been litigated and authorized. It's just a matter of us making a statement and protecting it. May be your house tomorrow. It just goes beyond the guarantees of the First Amendment. There are other reasonable measures. We all know shouting in a theater and other reasonable measures are not allowed. This is one that says you can do your protesting, but you can't take measures against the person that is residing there. They have other opportunities, and this only creates a very reasonable distance to keep them away from shining the lights into the house and disturbing the peace of the neighborhood. So thank you for your concern. Councilman Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. Seeing as the item's been tagged, I'm not going to weigh in on the substance of the proposed ordinance. However, I do note, and maybe this is an oversight, that the exact language of the ordinance has not been posted online. And I think that's essential for the public to be able to understand the proposed ordinance, especially since it regulates conduct that's generally protected by the First Amendment. So I'd ask that in the 2 weeks we have before we actually have to debate and vote on it, that the actual language be placed online and available to the public.
Sure, we'll correct that immediately. Councilman Plummer.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think that what I want to make sure we are very careful doing is that we don't want to, the optics for the community, and I know this item's been tagged, so I'm not speaking to the item, I'm speaking to the generalization of it. We have to be careful from an optics perspective to make it seem like we're targeting one particular community. And I think that's what's going on. And we need to clarify that this can be anyone that's picketing, anyone that's doing this. And it's not just one, and one particular community feels as if it is because of them this is happening. And that's what I want to completely dismantle if possible. And my other concern is I want them to be protected. It's their right to protest.
Sure.
A lot of them that protested at the colleges, unfortunately, were arrested. Once you're arrested, you can't take a state exam in many times, so their futures are now affected. And they have a right to express themselves. And to be honest, we have chosen to be elected officials. So we have to stand behind our belief system, and if we are putting ourselves out there, then unfortunately that's a risk that we're taking as individuals. Now, how does that affect our neighborhoods? Different conversation. But I want to make sure that this is a blanket ordinance. This is not affecting one particular community, and we're not targeting one community. But that is what I am hearing in my office, and I think a lot of others are feeling that way too. Changes have happened with being able to use our voices from a civil rights perspective all the way moving forward. So we just want to be careful, Mayor, in how we word this, and I think that next 2 weeks will allow us to, give us an opportunity to really vet this and make sure it's fair on both sides.
Thank you, and excellent points. It is not designed to protect elected officials. It could be a pastor next week, a rabbi, imam. I could go on and on. It only applies to their residences, and it doesn't prevent it. It just says you can't threaten or get involved at the front door of the person and can't protest against the person that lives there. So any suggestions certainly are acceptable or welcome, but misinformation is obviously a bad thing. And I will suggest Dallas is the one we modeled it after, and it's working. It gives law enforcement a tool to work and reason, as you said, protect the protesters. We have them here, and I've extended their time, and I could go on and on. I'm very aware of their concerns, and we share their concerns, and it may be a different issue tomorrow, but I just think you have to ask them to be reasonable and protect the neighborhood and the residents of the person they're protesting. Councilman Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to express how welcoming the concerns of my colleagues are in this matter, and without getting into details of it, since it's been tagged, but I would, with the time that we have, to look at this in depth, but keep in mind, for one who has served this nation, to give people the right to, by the opportunity to protest and serving that, and I certainly would, would do it again if made to give people that First Amendment right to protest, but I also served in order to give people the right to be protected. And we see an uprising of a lot of this type of activity going on, and it puts people's lives in jeopardy. And so I think that we need to really prayerfully and respectfully look in depth at this situation, because as we know, like many things happen in our country now, it starts off with the position and the optic of protesting rightly according to the Constitution, but generally it tends to expand and it gets greater beyond, and it puts people's lives in jeopardy, especially people with children in their homes, those who are not only colleagues around this horseshoe, but people in the public have young people in their homes, and it can be a nightmare trying to express a right to protest and trying to differentiate between a protest and a threat. So I think we need to really look at this in depth, because this is something that I think can expand. Thank you.
Certain the discussion we're having this morning is only going to encourage it, and I welcome any of you to come over, give you my address, which the protesters have, on Friday night at 9 o'clock. They'll be there, and they won't leave till after 11. So we've emboldened them this morning with this discussion. Their right to protest is protected, but we have see, I could go on and on. You go to dinner with 4 friends whose cars are parked in front of your house. So you get back home at 9:30 with your 4 friends. You ought to see the challenge to get to their cars, because they surround them. They're at your front door. So I welcome you over. You need to come live the experience. We've protected them, but we've also got a reasonable constitutional regulation on them. So come on over. And then come back on Saturday morning, because they'll be there too. And then they'll block your driveway and confront HPD. So thank you, HPD, for taking this as serious as it is. It's actual a public safety issue, and certainly the residents' safety as well. So I hope you don't have to go through it. I had my two daughters with me, and it's a very frightening. I understand no one makes us do this job, and my neighbors are very tolerant, but enough's enough. Protect their constitutional rights, but regulate if they want to be peaceful protesters. Thank you. Councilmember Plummer.
Thank you, Mayor. And I don't want to muddy the waters here, but in the same way that you're negatively affected by this, we have people coming here daily talking about how horrible their living conditions are, and you have the executive position to make a decision. So I just want to make sure that the optics don't look like because we're on this dais, we get to make an immediate decision of what, because it makes our lives feel a bit uncomfortable. But when people are living in places where they can't even breathe and they're sick, we can't make an executive decision to heal them too. So we chose this job, so we have to deal with what comes with it. Clearly, we don't want our families to be uncomfortable, but since we have the power to put an ordinance forward because we now feel uncomfortable, let's put an ordinance forward to make sure that people can live safely.
Thank you. It's not a comfort issue, it's a safety issue.
It's also unsafe, Mayor, for people to live with mold.
I got it, and you know I'm out front on all those issues. We were talking about generators at senior citizens. Well, I'm not going to debate you about living conditions because we're all working to improve everyone's life in every community. We're dealing with a specific opportunity to allow people to protest, but do it in a peaceful manner. And it's not just for elected officials. It's going to be for pastors, rabbis, imams, and whoever gets on the radar of professional paid protesters. So thank you for your concerns. Councilman Ramirez, on a matter of personal privilege.
On a lighter note, I want to take a moment to recognize our intern for this summer, Lucia Romo. Lucia, where are you? Are you here? Oh, she was here earlier. At any rate, Lucia has been our intern for this summer, and will start her junior year at the University of Houston, majoring in political science. We had a second intern this summer named Deshawn Ford, who was sort of a casualty of Hurricane Beryl and had to end her internship short. But I know the other council members have had interns as well. The internship program is important because it allows our young folks to see what public service is like at City Hall, and hopefully will spur some of them to pursue careers in public service. So grateful for our interns this summer, all of them, and wish them luck in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now the mayor's report. I'll ask Chief Satterwhite as to present your report of HPD dealing with our ESSA. It's suspended due to lack of personnel. I'd been in office a month. Chief Finner called me on a Friday at 7 o'clock from out of town, said he was headed back to Houston. We had an urgent problem that the press had gotten a hold of a policy. Research shows that it was officially adopted by HPD in 2016. Chief Finner said there was a case that was bringing him back to Houston, and probably one of the more shocking discoveries during my administration that we knew public safety was a top issue, certainly my highest issue and highest priority, but had no way to be aware, and some of you that have been here the previous 4 years, I'm going to assume no one shared with you that 260,000 plus cases had not been investigated because they were suspended due to lack of personnel. Lack of personnel was first told to a council body in 2014. But anyway, we went to work. Chief Finner had his first press conference February 22nd. At that time, there were 4,017 sexual assaults revealed, and then shortly thereafter, 264,000. So I've asked HPD to give us the report of their review. My independent group reviewing it is completing their draft as we talk, but it's probably the most shocking thing that you will discover during your public service. And I want to thank the leadership of HPD, Chief Fenner, Chief Satterwhite, Chief Ten. We have the command staff here this morning. They immediately put additional resources. We gave through the city budgeting $3 million for overtime, and all the consultants, certainly the sexual assault victims, they've all received counseling, consultation. I'm just going on. 45 officers were pulled off other divisions that have been spending many, many hours, and I will yield at this time to Chief Satterwhite, but the commitment certainly from me is that we will not rest until this is fixed. I think you'll be seeing changes in operations very soon, but we have a very good police force. It is shocking to me as someone that was chairman of criminal justice that no one brought it to me actually before I ran for mayor. We would have addressed it at the legislature if we'd have had to, but no one ever imagined the number of cases that were not. And I will just close by this. The misinformation of my coming in and being sworn in that the public was told one safe Houston. If you listen to these details, you'll understand why the public made public safety the highest priority last November in the mayor's, and I would suggest the council races. Chief Satterwhite.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, for having me here today. And I want to acknowledge my team behind me who worked very hard on this report.
Speak into the mic, Chief.
Yes, sir. Is that better? So thank you all for having me here today. I thank my team behind me and all the men and women of the Houston Police Department that have helped worked through this and as we try to work out of this. My role here today is to talk about the suspended lack of personnel code and the investigations that it represents that occurred in the department. I'm going to talk to you about what happened. I'm going to talk to you about how it happened, why it happened, and what we have done in an effort to try to correct this failure that occurred in our department. I want to first and foremost state that there are real victims in the public that were affected by this, and that is something that we all bear and we all know and we all want to correct and take care of those real victims of this this issue, this bad policy that was enacted in our department, and the outcomes of that policy and how it affected them. So for that, first and foremost, our priority is to those victims. So now I will go into the PowerPoint presentation. I will tell you that there is an executive report that is much more comprehensive that was released online this morning for all of the public. We're not running from anything. We're not hiding from anything. Where we made mistakes, where we failed, we're going to tell you, and it's in the report. I will say that throughout my presentation, at times, there will be names, colleagues, that will emerge. The reason for that is most of those names are already out in the public. They're good people. They're good men and women that served the city for decades and all had the right intent. Everybody wanted to do more. Everybody wanted to help. Were mistakes made? Yes, they were. The most biggest mistake that I've been able to see is just a failure to recognize what was going on and a failure to go in and truly try to correct it, or to verify and follow up and make sure that it was being corrected. That's a failure of leadership, and it's a systematic failure in our department, and I think we all have to own it. from supervisors at the sergeant level all the way to the chief level. There was times that maybe things could have been done, but I will tell you primarily at the executive level is where we should have asked more questions, where we should have done more, and I'm talking about chiefs and up, that we could have done more and should have done more throughout this 8-year period that I'm about to describe. So with that, I will go into it and try to explain it as best as I can, and then at any given time, if you have a question, you can certainly ask, and at the end, I'll also take questions. So, next slide. This is just the agenda. I will tell you right up front, this is a rather lengthy report. I will try to get through it as quickly as possible, but I need to make sure that I do the diligence of giving you the findings. So obviously, we're going to go through the history of it first, then the key findings of it, how we responded, the Mayor's Oversight Board Recommendations Committee, where we are at the moment, and then what were next steps for this. So the first slide you see is a staffing slide. Many of you have seen this slide many times before in different presentations. This is going to be key to how or why this occurred. Frankly, it just comes largely in part to staffing. In 1998, we reached our high number in HPD at 5,500 officers classified. At the same time, we had almost 2,000 civilians helping us, doing all those duties that are really necessary and critical to the role of serving the public. Compliance issues, calling complainants back, all of those duties and tasks. So that was what we had in 1998. Today, we have 300 fewer classified officers. We have 1,100 to be more precise, 1,100 fewer civilians, meaning that officers now have to do jobs that the civilians were doing because that's the requirement of the department. We are severely understaffed, and that is going to be one of the base causes of how this happened. It doesn't excuse it. What happened in our department is unexcusable, and we're going to have to correct that. You have a good department. You have fantastic men and women that are putting it on the line every day, trying to make a difference, trying to do things better. But simply put, we don't have enough of them. Next slide. So this shows you a different graph, and it talks about our recruiting and our attrition. And as you can see, in many cases over the years since 2009, attrition topped recruiting. We simply weren't able to keep up. There's a lot of reasons for that. In recent years, we've had real challenges with the pandemic and the nationwide, and of course, the civil unrest that occurred after the murder of George Floyd. We saw a significant drop across the country in law enforcement. Officers were retiring in droves. So the efforts we were making to try to recruit, we were losing that fight with all else that was going on. And those numbers kind of show you where that is and show you why we have not truly grown. I will tell you it's also a funding issue because for 20 years plus we have been asking for more officers. And in many times the funding just wasn't there. So it wasn't just the challenges, it's funding, it's competition with other cities. We have many cities right here in the state of Texas that pay far more than we pay. And it's a challenge to recruit to this because qualified, capable young men and women who want to do this profession, which we desperately need, they have options, they have choices. And if we don't fund, if we don't recruit, if we don't pay well enough, then we are not in a good place to get them to come to us as opposed to other locations. And this is another challenge. Next slide, please. So this one is a table of the numbers, and it's going to have relevance in the next couple of slides from 2014 to 2024 today. And it goes to show you the exact numbers of actual officer staffing that we had in 2014 and the actual number that we have today, both classified and civilian. And this is going to matter to you in just a minute. Next slide. So I'm going to go through a little bit of a timeline as we build up to this. And that is that in 2010, when Mayor Parker was sworn in, you can see Chief McClellan was appointed as Chief of Police. At that time, he already knew we were short on officers. He already knew we had a real problem. He had been on the department for 34 years, as many years as I've been on now. At that time, that's how many years he had been on. And he knew we knew more. So we got approved a study, a JustX PERF study that we went through, that it was conducted in 2013, of the department staffing and what we needed. Next slide. From that study came the information that you see before us. We were very critically short. And there's a statement by Chief McClellan in 2014 to this very council horseshoe. And so it was different people at that time, but this is what Chief McClellan had. Next slide, we actually have it to play.
I've been with the Houston Police Department over 37 years. During that 37 years, there has never been a time that I have been employed there that the Houston Police Department has the capacity to investigate every crime that's been reported to the agency. This is not unique to the Houston Police Department. Other police department gives us a sexy name called early case closure. If there are no solvability factors or workable leads on a property crime, we don't assign it. We work violent crimes first. But if someone steals your trash can or your lawnmower out of your garage, there's no witnesses, there's no evidence, there's nothing for a detective to follow up on, it's not assigned.
So if we go to 2015, if you
I've been with the Houston Police Department over.
Next slide. When we go to 2015, this is a real problem in our department, and case investigation is a real problem, as you can see from Chief McClellan's own words 10 years ago, that we couldn't investigate all of the cases and all the crime that is occurring. And they, again, I will iterate again, at that time, there were more HPD classified officers and more civilians than there are today. That's just where we are today. So many things were being discussed in how we might overcome some of that. One of the problems that we had was there were cases that were being suspended, but it was just a general suspension. And there was no knowledge and no understanding of, was it suspended because there were no workable leads? Was it suspended because there were, a patrol had made an arrest? Or was it suspended because we lacked the personnel to investigate it? We just didn't have enough people, enough investigators to do it. So at that time, the conversation occurred between then Executive Assistant Chief Tim Ottmeyer and Assistant Chief Don McKinney, knowing that we needed to know exactly how the cases were being suspended, because the intent was that those cases that were suspended because there were workable leads, but we didn't have enough people, their intent was to know those cases, and at the promise of more investigators, more police officers, the ability down the road that we were going to be able to go back into those as we initially got more officers, because everybody then at the Horseshoe was saying that we needed more. Everybody agreed with that, but it just never happened. But that was the hope. That was the intent. They needed to know the difference, and that was a policy that was enacted. It was enacted, and it was also, in 2016, became policy. And we'll go to, before I say that, after Chief's budget, there was also a work group finding at that time that recommended, we had a study done, and it was recommending standardized coding and the need for constant guidance. And again, that's why Chief Ottmeyer and Chief McKinney created these codes. Those codes were then entered into policy in 2016. It started under Chief McClellan. Chief McClellan retired in February of that year, 2016, and Chief Martha Montalvo took over as interim, and the policy went to her for her signature. So then, as the date, we actually know the date, It was early March when the very first time the suspended LICA personnel code was used. As the year went on, there was another inspection, another audit completed by the Inspections Division on special victims specifically. And basically the result of that was that we had a significant backlog and there was insufficient staffing, and we needed to increase staffing at that time in the Special Victims Division.
Excuse me, when it became the policy, were officers actually trained in the use of this code?
Yes, sir, they were. They were trained in the use of it in July and August. Officers were trained. I will say our first major failing was that there were no parameters or guidelines established when the code was established.
In fact, your testimony is it was broadly used and not distinguishing the violent cases from the nonviolent or property crimes versus personal assault. It was just a blanket. If you can't get to the cases, you labeled them and moved on.
Yes, sir. Effectively, that's what happened. I will say I don't think that they ever envisioned it being used this way. I know because no one would, but without the guidance, without the guidelines, the parameters or guardrails, however you want to say that, it did become available to every investigative division in the department. The training did not put in guardrails that we can tell or guidelines. It just said, because the volume was so massive, investigators not possibly being able to get to all the cases, they were in triaging. They were looking at the cases that had the most solvability and were working on those, taking the cases that were weaker, had workable leads, could have led to an arrest or charge, but was going to be much more difficult. There was no guarantee of that or even probability of that, and they were suspending them with the hope of getting more people or a better lead coming in that could be reopened. That was the philosophy. That was the goal, the intent. In practice, very few of those cases all the way up until this year were ever opened again. So once they were suspended, they were never revisited. Next slide.
And obviously, I don't want to interrupt you, but I think it's worth emphasizing. We're including murders, and even the case that ultimately brought all this to our attention was a rape case.
Yes, sir. And
I'm moving that prior.
Yes,
You're going to cover that.
Yes, sir.
I just think we have to emphasize how broad this was, and what is so shocking that it was never brought to certainly the public nor even department executives' attention.
Yes, sir.
Anyway, go ahead.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
sorry. It's not, I just want to emphasize the seriousness of this. This is not car break-ins or property crimes. These are the worst, some of the worst cases.
Yes, sir. That is true, and I will be covering all of that. Yes, sir. But so yes, and I just think that the investigators, the code was part of policy, and the cases were stacking and the requirements, and so again, those with less solvability, still workable leads, were suspended in the hopes of more people. But yes, sir, it also ended up involving very serious sexual assault and other person-on-person, very severe crimes, including homicide, ultimately. So that next slide, 2017, Chief Acevedo is appointed in 2017. Also during that time, I'm sorry, he's appointed in 2016, the end of 2016. In 2017, a new commander goes over to the Special Victims Division, which investigates sexual assault both of children and of adults, and also the other crimes that occur of a sexual nature, and it could be serious enough to be aggravated sexual assault of a child, but it also all the way down to things, threats or things of a sexual nature or even inappropriate touching. So it crosses the broad spectrum of crimes. All of those are investigated through them. So a new captain comes in at that time and recognizes a backlog in the children's section and the children's crimes against children's unit of 1,600, and immediately goes to the department, goes up the chain, ultimately to, at that time, Chief Matt Slinkard and to Chief Troy Finner, who were both executive assistant chiefs at that time, asking for more officers because they needed to clear that backlog of sex crimes against children. And the SVD was allotted 17 investigators at that time, and they did clear those cases. And they enacted a policy that no child sex assault case would ever be suspended again. Unfortunately, it was still active in the adult sex crime section and was not corrected. So that was still going on at that time. In addition, fast forwarding to 2018, the homicide division traditionally had investigated family violence and major assaults, but in 2018 we carved it out and created the major assaults and family violence division, separate from a homicide division, and that'll have importance down later. At that same time in 2018, we highly publicized, we already know, of an email that was forwarded all the way up to Chief Acevedo from Commander Deese at that time in Vehicular Crimes Division, including Assistant Chief Cheryl Victorian and Executive Assistant Chief Troy Finner, that a case was suspended and he was raising concerns about it. And Chief Finner at that time responded, and it's already in public, that it was unacceptable, which is exactly the right answer, that it was unacceptable, and to follow up and get back with him. Unfortunately, again, it stopped there, that we can tell that nothing else was done, and the code was allowed to continue to be used. In 2020, we had another statewide audit mandated for all, and special victims for all departments investigating sex crimes. And it was also of the Houston Police Department. Unfortunately, it did talk about backlog, it did talk about the need, but it did not address or focus on the suspended lack of personnel code. It was another opportunity to decide to see what was going on, to look deeper, but we never did. We never looked deeper. We never went forward to find out how this code was being used and where it should not be getting used. Moving on to 2021 on the timeline, Chief Acevedo announced his retirement, and Chief Troy Finner was appointed Chief of Police. Again, I am telling you many things that have already been in the public eye, but we're trying to be thorough with the timeline and this report. I will also say in the middle of this that while a lot of people on the police department helped create this report and did the investigation to figure out what happened, there was also input from the Independent Oversight Committee. Thank you, Mayor. So this is what you are seeing today is a combination of internal investigation, audit, what happened and why it happened and what we're doing about it, but also the input, as you'll see later on, from the outside entities to include the Houston Area Women's Center, a lot of outreach communities that reach out to women and children who are victims, as well as the Mayor's Independent Oversight and others. So this report and everything that you see online is not just the product of HPD. But in 2021, Chief Acevedo retires and Chief Finner becomes chief. In July of that year, a sergeant in Executive Chief Matt Slinkard's office, after speaking with his wife, comes to him and tells him about the use of the code. It's all shown there, but again, in the public eye. And immediately, Chief Slinkard begins working on trying to address the code. There's conversations that occur between him and Executive Assistant Chief Jim Jones, who was over investigative and special operations, as well as Deputy Director Diana Poore at that time, on the creation of a circular to stop using the code, as well as policy to be enacted. And there was a discussion to go into a lot of detail. It was a back and forth, and the decision being is that did a circular need to go out department-wide or not? And you can see what's written on there from each of them at different times. And it was clear from this circular and what was writing is that while the circular was not elected to go out department-wide, it was to be put in place in all investigative divisions and to address and not use the code anymore, and to also fix it in all standard operating procedures of our department to ensure that it's not used, and certainly not used inappropriately. During that same time, while that discussion and the circular was being discussed, we had a November 4th executive staff meeting in 2021, also again in the public arena, already been discussed. But at that time, we had a commander over our Special Victims Division, Commander Lee Kahn, who presented at that executive staff to Chief Fenner and the executive staff about the use of the code and the backlog. Her intent was to they needed more people. They needed more investigators. They were falling behind. Cases were having to be suspended, serious cases. Chief Fenner's already stated publicly that he ordered the code to stop being used at that time and to investigate what happened there with others in the room. Unfortunately, again, apparently it did not get conveyed to everybody. The circular never went out, and no one was ever told below that executive staff meeting that we can tell, with the exception of a few, to stop using it and to dig deep into it. I will say that throughout this whole history of this incident, of this failure in our department, the biggest fail again is that there was no follow-up. There was no checking in. There was no looking back to say what actually is going on, and is it the right thing to do, and how do we fix it if we had, because this could have been fixed many years ago, and it's unfortunate that it did not until now. Next slide. So in 2023, in September of 2023, we had a robbery occur at a fiesta on the North Freeway. The suspect broke into the back through a garbage chute, went in to rob the fiesta in the early morning hours. As patrol was called and as officers were arriving, the suspect, before they were able to get around to the perimeter, the suspect made it out of the back. He was on a bicycle. He rode into a neighborhood, forced his way into a home where a mother and father were getting ready for work early, and children were still asleep. And he tied up the father, the husband, and he sexually assaulted the wife. I made that scene. When I first went to the robbery, I got the call, I made that scene. We got video of the suspect. It wasn't best, but we had some video of the suspect. I went to the house, and everybody was appalled, and we wanted this individual off the street before he could hurt somebody else. So the investigation continued, and our through robbery division was taking lead on this. The suspect did leave physical evidence behind that was entered into CODIS, and we got a hit through CODIS of a prior sexual assault that occurred almost 1 year earlier in 2022 in September. And in that case, we had a complainant who stated that she felt like she had been sexually assaulted after staying with a friend. She didn't have a ton of information to offer, but she did have a name, a description, and a vehicle. Patrol made the scene. Patrol took all the information, wrote a report, and facilitated her getting a sexual assault kit completed, a SANE kit completed at that time. That case went to our Special Victims Division and subsequently was suspended like a personnel. So when we got the CODIS hit, we went back to the original investigation and ultimately identified the suspect, got him in custody, got him off the street, and got him charged. At that time, the question across everybody was, how could this happen? What's going on? And how bad is it? And this is at the end of last year. So we did a deep dive, which for the first time, into how it actually happened and how this could have been done. And at that time, over the course of the next month and a half, we discovered over 4,000 sexual assault cases in the Special Victims Division that had been suspended lack of personnel. And we discovered overall throughout the department 264,000 cases that had been suspended lack of personnel. Now, since then, you've seen a lot of press news conferences on this. This is the first time we did the deep dive to find out, and then actually took on March 1st, after Chief Fenner had gone before to make this announcement, an actual policy came out to suspend and order not to use the code anymore on March 1st, which is the first time across the department that this went out. I'll also say, Mayor Whitmire, you yourself took over at the beginning after the conclusion of the 8-2 terms for Mayor Turner, and so I know that you were heavily involved at this point. But the scope of this and the magnitude of this truly wasn't known until early February. We knew about the one case, the case that broke it all open, but we didn't find out the whole story until later. Since then, we have been working very hard to correct this. So before I go into that, I'll cover some key findings that we've already done, and then I will go into what we've done to correct that. So as you see on your key findings, next slide, please. First thing was that the code was created in 2016 to get information on more detailed information on how cases were being suspended, specifically workable leads, no workable leads, lack of personnel with no workable leads or workable leads. Also suspended no workable leads and suspended patrol arrest. That was done in 2016. And then bullet point 2, from 2016 to 2024, a total of 264,000 cases were suspended, lack of personnel, but did have workable leads. Cases with workable leads. Bullet point 3, or key finding number 3, this is some of the environment that we're operating in. Our RMS system is terribly antiquated. It doesn't work for what we are trying to do. I do have good news that we have a new RMS system that will be going live in March of 2025, first quarter of next year, but we are still dealing with an antiquated system and trying to do workarounds on it. Truly, we couldn't even actually fully take the code out of the system because it would have crashed everything. So when it was decided you cannot use this code and don't suspend cases with workable leads, we still had to guard against that with training and guidance to make sure it was never used. Key finding number 4, there was a lot of governance at the time when it comes to the RMS technology. We also had significant transfer. I think I could probably go back to that. I should have. One of the things that happened from 2016 to 2017, bear in mind, in 2016 is when the code was created by executive staff. All of those executive staff retired from 16 to 17. The only ones still remaining that were on the executive staff at that time were executives at that time, Assistant Chief Fenner, Assistant Chief Slinkard, and Assistant Chief Charlie Vasquez, who has since retired in 2017. But those were the only ones. Everybody else retired. And in some cases, took with them a lot of institutional knowledge, especially about the use of these codes that could help. This is something that we're working to correct, and any transfers of authority and any transfers of leadership to ensure that this doesn't happen again. Key finding number 5, it was created in 2016, and all investigative divisions could use this code. As a matter of fact, the entire department, and actually training went out to everybody, all the investigators. Specifically, the Special Victims Division and the Major Assaults Family Violence Division formalized this code in their standard operating procedures. Key finding number 6, and the problem from all of this, again, is there were no guardrails or parameters. I think there was an expectation that surely you would never use it for certain cases. Unfortunately, it was, because it wasn't in policy, and it ended up being used in cases that we should never have used it for. Key finding number 7, and this is an important note that I'll also end up closing with. We still don't have enough people. We still will have to triage cases. I've given an order, and everybody understands the order and the policy that no serious violent crimes or person-on-person crimes of significant nature would ever be suspended just because you don't have enough people. We are investigating person-on-person crimes no matter what. We will take it to the extent that we can take it all the way through until we either exhaust all leads, file charges, make an arrest, or close it in another appropriate fashion. But I want to now say, and I will close with this too, that will come at the expense of property crime. Nonviolent crime will still suffer because we do not have enough people. We will still have cases where people are victims of a property crime that will sit longer and not have the attention because we have to focus on violent crime. That is our number 1 priority. And that's something I don't want to tell you, and certainly in this position, but that is honesty. Next slide. And it pretty much sums that up in that last key finding. We simply cannot investigate all crimes. Not until we get more people, and we desperately need more people. Next slide is the departmental response and what we actually did to correct this suspended lack of personnel, especially in our violent crimes being Special Victims Division, Major Assaults and Family Violence, homicide, those, and robbery to a lesser extent. But we've been working to correct that. So the first thing we did was we've had, and since the beginning of this, we've had open and transparent communications with the mayor. I know that Chief Fenner immediately called him when this was coming about, and they've had a conversation at the outset of when the magnitude of this was discovered, and we've maintained those open lines of communication ever since. We've also, the mayor enacted the independent review committee, and we have been closely working with them ever since. Like I said, they also had a part in the creation of what's held here. As a matter of fact, their first presentation that had a timeline, as you will see, will very closely match what we have here. They are constantly doing interviews. They're acting independently. but they're trying to get to the bottom of it, and they're talking to all the people that were involved and trying to get the most accurate information. And that's what we have been doing too, to try to make sure that you are fully apprised of what happened and what we're doing to fix it. We have an internal investigation that's ongoing. I will say that our internal affairs investigations are more restricted. We have state law that we have to be in compliance with, 143. Employees do have protections, and we have to honor those and make sure that we are making sure that we are protecting and honoring and their rights to this process, and we do it right. So what we can state, I will state, but what we cannot state, then we cannot state it. So the lead group that has been working on this naturally has been our Criminal Investigations Command, obviously because this has primarily occurred within investigations. We went immediately, we brought in personnel to start reviewing. We established priorities. We developed guidelines for governance to ensure that this review of all this 264,000 cases was done properly, transparently, and acceptable to you all and to the public who we answer to. We actually created scripts because we knew that we would be going and knocking on doors or talking to people, especially in special victims, with all the thousands that we had who were victims of some of the worst crimes, potentially, that we wanted to make sure that when we did go to them, we did make contact, that we were not making things worse for them by reopening old wounds, but we needed to get to the bottom of it. We needed to get the investigations done. Frankly, if there was a bad guy out there, we needed to get him off the street, or girl. And so we developed scripts. We did that in concert with a lot of our outreach groups. Emily Whitehurst and Sonia Corrales in Houston Area Women's Center, and so many more. We wanted to make sure we did this right, so we've been working with all of them side by side, and they've been great partners as we tried to overcome this and reach out to those people, especially those women and men, children that potentially were victims of this. And we've had regular meetings, and it's almost a daily matter to make sure that we were doing things set right, and we were following up, and we were adjusting as we needed to. We implemented quality assurance and quality control measures, a process for follow-up on all these investigations to make sure this never happens again, and we are monitoring at every level possible. We work with our Houston Forensic Science Center and our Harris County District Attorney's Office, and they have been heavily involved in the response to all these cases and how we do that. Next slide. So now some division-specific things that have been going on. The Special Victims Division being the one that we were focused on first. There were over 9,000 reports that were classified or coded suspended lack of personnel. And you've all heard the number 4,017. That is the number of cases that were titled sexual assault. We've also had approximately 94 CODIS hits that we've investigated that came out of this. So we went to work on those first, trying to make sure that we were getting that we were trying to serve those potential victims out there, and there were real victims, as best as we could, and get any perpetrators off the street as quickly as possible. We increased the capacity of the division by 32 people, and overall we have had a constant 80-plus people officers working on this on a daily basis to try to go through all of these cases, not to mention personnel assigned to each of these divisions that have been going through it. But this is special victims. I will also say that we have a partner in the Texas Forensic Center of Excellence, which specifically are forensic nurses, certified nurses, and we've been working with them closely to try to create as much access by potential victims as possible so that they can see a forensic nurse to do a forensics exam anytime, 7 days a week, and not just during business hours. Continuing on the next slide, you can actually see where we are in the Special Victims Division. We've reviewed 79% of the cases thus far. All of the serious ones, what we can term priority 1 and priority 2, the most serious where people were harmed, where people potentially were sexually assaulted or anything near that, we've reviewed all those cases first. We've received final disposition in 57 of them. The numbers are there. So of the 9,000, 7,100 plus have been reviewed, and a final disposition in 5,000. There are still a lot of open cases. These cases are very complex. They take time. It's not something you can do quickly, and so there are still a lot of open cases. We have gone through the ones that we think that were titled and were most serious, but that review is going on, and there is a possibility we will discover one that was not titled appropriately, that may on the surface did not seem serious, but may be. We simply are still working our way through and doing the best process we can to make sure we get to them. Next slide. Same thing for major assaults and family violence. Over 109,000 cases that were suspended lack of personnel. We reviewed them. 800 plus of them were titled as family violence. We've been working through all those. We've touched all those that were serious, be it family violence or the most serious, what we, again, priority 1 and priority 2 group major assault cases by title we've reviewed. Ultimately, we reviewed over half of the 109,000 and what we deemed, what we could see were the most serious, and we've reached final disposition in 18% of them. Next slide. Homicide Division, as I said earlier, used to do investigations on major assaults and family violence too, until those 2 units were carved out and then made their own division, major assaults, family violence. So during that time, most of the 6,537 reports you see there were actually major assaults and family violence. But still, as they were listed as homicide, and the division has been working on it, 100% reviewed, 32% having reached final disposition. All along, the thought is there were no murders. We have since discovered at least 2 that were ultimately being suspended. They started out as different things. They started out as a large brawl in a parking lot that resulted in what was first thought of as a fatal accident, FSRA, where a victim was driven over and killed. The subsequent investigation and video looked at it, deemed it to be an intentional act, making it a homicide. So it did go to homicide. Unfortunately, at that time, the thought was it was about the assault, and it was sent over to major assaults, family violence, and it was suspended. The other one was a person that was wanted for a narcotics warrant or was involved in narcotics criminal activity and was fleeing and had an accident, killing his passenger, and that was also ultimately considered to be a homicide. Those are the 2 that we know about right now. We may find more, but those are the 2 we know about right now. So as you can see, like I said, 100% reviewed on those 6,537, 32% having reached final disposition. They're anticipating by August 31st, all the cases will be resolved. Next slide. Property and financial are cases that are not violent. They're on property. 91,484 of those cases. We have 61% reviewed, and we have a final disposition on 21%. They are working, that is mostly from 2023 and 2024 cases, but they are working as expeditious as they can, even on the property crimes, to reach resolution and a final disposition. Next slide. Vehicular crimes, I described earlier, 38,605 reports. Most of these are hit and run with no real solvability factors, but they were suspended like a personnel. 95% of them have been reviewed. 69% have reached final disposition at this point, and the numbers are within the presentation. Next slide. Other divisions collectively, investigative, patrol, special Homeland Security, all other investigations, approximately 9,000 total. Almost all of them have been reviewed and final disposition in almost all of them too. most of them being miscoded and not violent. Next slide is the response recommendations from the Mayor's Independent Oversight or Review Committee and what we are in that process of meeting their recommendations. One of their first recommendations was written directives and policy changes affecting the entire department. We have completed all of the command and executive command directives, SOPs, to ensure this doesn't happen again. At the division level, because there are nuances between divisions, they are still working to complete their SOPs, but everyone is aware that violent crime, serious violent crime with workable leads will not be suspended or inactivated. And that will be in policy for them. It's already in policy as overall guidance at the command level, which is where they derive their directives for creating their own SOPs. Attendance protocols at all executive staff meetings. I know this was a question of who was at the November 4th meeting and who was not, how long you were and what you remember and what you don't remember, what you are definitively heard was said and what you don't. We did not keep records at that time. We now keep records of who attends every executive staff meeting, and we keep minutes of those meetings. So that is a recommendation, and that is what we have enacted, and it is complete. General standard operating procedures for SOPs, like I said, and case management at the division level are still in progress, but I will tell you this, that no case it will be inactivated or suspended without multiple reviews at different levels to ensure that it is a case that can or should be or should not be. When a case is closed in any other way, whether it is arrest charges or there are no workable leads or the complainant does not want to file or a number of other ways that it might be closed and cleared, it is still reviewed by multiple levels to ensure it was done right. Our process is to ensure this never happens again. Supervisor review, and I think all that's listed there at the last bullet point is simplify the RMS titles, ensuring they are consistent with the Texas Penal Code, and we are aligning that as we go. It is an in progress thing. The next list, which is the process to consistently review bucketed incidents. Again, that is ongoing. That's that quality assurance and quality control effort that we still pull them out on random numbers to make sure that we're doing everything the right way. 24-hour availability of Special Victims Division investigators, that is complete. We already have that. It's not a day shift 9-to-5 job. It is 24/7. Improved coordination with Victim Services Division. I've already spoken about that. We have our own Victim Services Division within HPD, and Director Julie Pleasant is behind me and in the audience. But we have all those outreach communities, all those outreach groups, including HAWK, that we're constantly in dialogue with, working with, to try to always be better and better serve. Updated victim notification, again, that was with HAWK. That's ongoing. Mandatory 55-hour training recommended by HAWK for all of our Special Victims Divisions investigators. That is ongoing and in progress. Co-facilitated victim trauma center training for patrol officers in the academy. Again, that is in progress. Regarding incident reports with final disposition of inactive, no leads where the victim survivor could not be reached. And just to clarify, every victim, we are taking multiple efforts to try to make contact. Phone, email, social media, and we send officers to doors to go knock in an effort to get a hold of them. But in the event that we simply cannot get a hold of a victim or reach them in any way, the case may be inactivated, but it's still open. And the minute we are able to make contact with that victim, then we proceed with the investigation. And that is complete. Next slide is the status. This is an overall snapshot of where we are. 67% of our cases, or 176,221 of the 264,000 plus cases, have been reviewed. We have a final disposition in 31%, or 81,079. If you look to the right, you'll see that before February 16th, when these processes were being put underway, we had already gone through 1,384 felony and 2,273 misdemeanors. So we were already looking into these cases before we even got all these processes in place. Since then, we have filed charges in 111 felonies and 63 misdemeanors. Most of the cases are still open, and we're still working through them. So next slide, and next steps. So we will conclude finalizing all our case management SOPs all the way down to the division and unit level very soon. The orders and the structure and the guidance and the guardrails are already there. The training is already there. We are finalizing because some divisions have very unique parts, duties and responsibilities, so it requires unique standard operating procedures to accommodate and to make sure we have it right. But the overall order is no suspended with workable leads, violent crimes, or serious violent crimes. And then implementing case management training, that's ongoing. We are institutionalizing our QA/QC, our quality assurance, quality control, that's already there, and we'll continue to grow that. Exploring ways for technology. We are not going to get enough people in the near term, and we know that. It takes time to hire, train, and to recruit, hire, train, and get them on the line. Technology might be a way to help us make a leap forward with that, and so we are looking at all kinds of technology to help us in investigations so that we can better serve the public. They will also have a price tag to them too, and so when we come to you, we will be asking you to support that. The goal is always, how do we best serve the community with the resources that we have or the resources that we might be able to acquire in a quick fashion. Reviewing allocations for congruence, basically looking across the department, are there places where we can move an officer, an investigator, or a civilian from one job that may not be a high priority to another job that has this high priority? Again, we want to be the best stewards with the resources we already have, and we're trying to do that and make as many leaps forward and get as much, serve the community in the best way possible, and that is looking across everybody's job and prioritizing what is most important and what is most necessary. I will tell you that patrol is necessary. Officers in the field to respond when somebody needs help is critical. Investigations is also critical. Maintain working relationships with all our partners, that is ongoing. The RMS implementation I've already touched on will be first quarter next year when we have the new RMS out. Until then, we have guidelines and structures in place to work with what we have. Constantly making sure that we are in a line and everybody's involved. When we say fidelity is listed on here, it is getting everybody involved, not just one or two people making a policy decision on RMS. We want all the stakeholders there so that we get it right up front and the first time. Addressing knowledge transfer, I've touched on that too. Again, when people are coming into a division and people are going out of a division, there needs to be a very strong handshake between to make sure that nothing is left, and that occurs at the officer, sergeant, lieutenant, commander, assistant chief, executive assistant chief, and chief of police. At every position, we need to make sure that we're apprising the person coming in that is assuming that responsibility of everything, and those are always opportunities to see, is there something wrong? Are we missing something? It's been a miss. It was a miss in this particular case from 2016 to 2017 for an entire executive staff changeover, but we're putting policy in place to make sure that it doesn't happen again as much as we can control that. That's the end of the presentation, with the exception, I'll close with this. You have a good police department. You have fantastic men and women that are really trying very hard to go out there and make a difference. What happened here, we have so many successes, and this is not the day to quote them or to say them, I understand that, but you have a good police department. It's understaffed. It needs people. It needs funding. It needs new technologies. It needs vehicles. It needs all those things, and they're all costing. But I'm here to tell you today that's our best chance of best serving the public, so we ask for your help in that. What happened in this particular case, like I said, is overall is not one person or two people. It's not even five. It was a department fail. It was a leadership fail. It was a systemic fail, and that we are working to overcome to take care of those men and women, especially those women and those children who possibly were, who in some cases were, or anybody that might be a victim. Our job is to take care of them and do our very, very best. And there's no getting away from that, and we all have to own that. I will also say, we have been asking for people for 20 years, like I said, so in some cases the city must also own part of this. Prior administrations, we need more people, and everybody's known that. So the sooner you can help us get more people, I applaud you all and the mayor for allotting the 6th cadet class this year. And while we have a lot of attrition, we are actually going to grow because we were becoming a younger department, me with the exception, but we are becoming a younger department. And those young officers with the right incentives and the right support are going to stick around for a long time. So as we do more cadet classes and we grow, we are going to grow as an agency and better be able to handle the demands, the capacity that comes in. But for now, it will still be a challenge, and it will be for some time in the foreseeable future. Thank you all for having me. I'll take questions.
Chief, before I yield to my colleagues, I want to thank you. I know this has been painful for you because of your love for the department, your love for the rank and file, and you have close friends that have been identified and held accountable. And I know when I called you on May 7th to become the acting chief, how moved you were in terms of your mission in front of you. I've watched the morale of the department improve. I've watched your transparency, and I want to thank you on behalf of all Houstonians. You're a true professional, and I look forward to working with you going forward. As you well know, we're in the recovery for Beryl. Every area of town, we're focusing on debris pickup. I can go on and on. But nothing is more important than your description of this morning of what happened and also the measures that have been put in place to prevent it from happening again. It's sad that it takes what you've documented to get to this point. And obviously, I'm sitting here thinking, what in the world? And I can simply put transparency. Transparency. I know previous chiefs and other city officials have been aware of your shortage. But if we do not allow members to have chiefs and directors to come forward and tell us an accurate picture, Houstonians knew the accurate picture. They didn't quite understand the reason. I didn't either. We knew we were shorthanded. That's the reason I talked about collaboration. Even got criticized for saying we'll partner with the DPS in traffic control and assets. But we have to be transparent, identify the problem, or it'll never get solved. And I think that is a message that I see coming out of this serious discussion. We discussed earlier about protesters. We talk about the university line. I can go on and on that consumes our time. But if we don't fix public safety, nothing else matters. I had no idea when I said fix Houston, the extent and gravity of the matters. We dealt with a freeze our second week, Lakewood shooting, Kingwood, floods, derecho, barrel. But nothing compares with the gravity of what was revealed on February 7th. And it started out with one case, the Fiesta case, and then grown to the extent that it is. I'm still shocked, having worked with HPD, city leadership, the employee groups, that this could exist for so many years and not become public. I'm just shocked, because you're not going to fix something until you expose it. The fact that it became policy in 2016 and actually started training officers how to use it. I can't believe someone didn't say, can we distinguish nonviolent from violent cases? But this is what we were faced with. I applaud the measures that have been put in place. Let me, before I yield, to let the public know, are you telling us that there's no assaultive cases, person on person, that haven't been reviewed? That would include domestic violence, sexual assaults. Have those been reviewed? And also, they've not been labeled that since orders came down.
Yes, sir. I will answer, but I will also call up two of my colleagues so you can briefly hear from them on those two. But yes, sir, the cases were broken down into what we considered most serious, priority ones and priority twos, whether it was in Special Victims Division or major assaults, family violence, and those have been reviewed. I will ask Executive Assistant Chief Band 10 to come up and Director Melissa Cummins just to add to that, just to make sure that you have the full answer, sir.
And before we yield to Chief 10, can you describe for my colleagues and the public the impact of this review has had on other challenges for HPD? We meet regularly and hear about hotspots.
Yes, sir.
And at the time, it was labeled hotspots, whether it's Potomac, it's San Felipe, or South McGregor neighborhoods, or Bissonnette, prostitution, the hotspots. I actually said at the time we labeled it that, they're, in my mind, hotspots across Houston, if in fact Houston's not a hotspot because of understaffing. And so this just compounded it.
Right, sir.
Did it not? Because you had to pull resources from every division to review these cases. So, would you be honest with the public while we focus on the most serious? And they're all going to be investigated. Response time, hotspots, and others are going to suffer.
Yes, sir. So, the way this was our highest priority, Chief Fenner and then myself, we owe this to the public and to those victims. So we worked at it. So we did pull officers out of field operations, which is primarily patrol and some proactive units, including DRT, which many of you know what DRT is, but for the public, it's officers that handle all those other issues, including hotspot, including the noise ordinance or the places that are creating problems, sources for problems. And we had to pull them in because it was our DRT officers, along with community service officers, that were actually going and knocking on doors and doing reviews and knocking on doors. We don't have any more people. We didn't suddenly have more people. So we went into using overtime, and to date, we spent almost $2.8 million. I have Deputy Director Rhonda Smith in the audience who can speak more about what the cost is. And we brought officers off the streets that might have been doing jobs out there for you all and your council districts to work on this. So there's just no way to do it all. So this became a priority, and this is what we work on. We have a lot of them back out there now doing the jobs that they were originally, or that is their primary job, but we did have to pull them in to get to where we are. And I'm going to defer to EAC's Band 10 and Director Cummins on that.
Yes, sir. Mayor. Mayor, council members, sir, to answer your question, you're absolutely on point. We, as we reviewed those cases, those suspended with lack of personnel cases, we placed two high priorities, the highest priorities upon our initiative. Number one is all sexual assault related cases within special victims, and all those have been reviewed. And the second one is aggravated assault type, specifically those with a family violence nexus, but as we know, as we look forward on our stats, almost 1 out of 4 homicide cases has a family violence nexus to that. So that is our second highest priority as well, and those have been thoroughly been reviewed.
Thank you. Do you have anything to contribute?
Sorry.
Yes, Mayor. I'd also like to add that there were other areas of the department that were impacted as well. When we talk about our civilian personnel and our records division.
You got to speak a little closer to the mic.
Yes, sir. When we talk about our records division, our civilian personnel who do the final review and submission of our data to the state, they also have been impacted reviewing the additional supplements. So it has some downstream impacts that we're still working through, but it gives us an opportunity to republish the data, to talk about the differences between what we originally had and now what we have after this review, and to continue to provide as accurate data as we have available to the public.
Thank you, which leads me to this question, Chief, which I think we can't overemphasize. We talk about patrol and investigations, but the administrative jobs at headquarters, it's shocking that you had 2,000 civilians at one time, and through budget cuts at council, it's now to 900. Those jobs still have to be fulfilled. Is that the reason why you have so many uniformed officers doing administrative jobs at headquarters?
It is a big part of that reason, yes, sir, Mayor. I mean, we still have compliance at state, federal, that we have to meet. We still have these other things. Yes, adding civilians back on the team would be a huge help to us. We need more officers. We need more civilians.
Very good. Anything you've left out in terms of prevention going forward?
I just will say again, the public has a great police department. This one hurts. It hurts us all, and but we are going to do everything we can to make it right.
Would it be fair to say our department's in good health? It just needs attention by this council body and certainly the public.
Yes, sir. Right. We enjoy a lot of support from the public, and we enjoy a lot of support from all the council members at this horseshoe, and we really appreciate that. I know everybody here is trying to do their best, and everybody in the public understands this. So the department, we're blessed in that regard because our men and women that go out there every day are met with a lot of love and support from the community, which I'm very thankful for. They are taxed. The overtime hours get long. The responsibilities get long. So the challenges that they face, the very nature of some of the things that they have to go to and respond to, we are doing everything we can to make sure that they are mentally and physically okay. And, of course, this support from additional people would be a huge step in that direction. More officers, more partners on the street, more backup, more investigators to take on the incredible workload that's coming in. So the workload's high, and it creates frustration, and it does wear. There's potential burnout. So you have that, and we've seen that. But I would also say we are blessed in the sense to have so much support through it all.
Well, I'm speaking on behalf of Houstonians. We thank the first responders, and we see the dangers, the rescues that they did in Barrow. So thank them for keeping us safe under very challenging times, understaffed, and certainly we all need to commit ourselves going forward to make our fire, police, all of our city employees recognize how much they're appreciated. Thank you. Councilman Pollard.
Thank you, Mayor. And Chief, thank you for the presentation. it's an unfortunate circumstance that we have to have this presentation. I appreciate your accountability on behalf of all the men and women of the Houston Police Department. I agree with you, this was a systematic failure in many ways, and something that all of us hearing this report, I bet, are pretty alarmed by some of the information that we are receiving. Staffing can never be an issue, in my opinion, when it comes to any of our responsibilities. That's with the police department, that's with the housing department, public works, whoever. We have to find a way to get the job done, and if we can't, we have to properly communicate. I think that as a city, we're not going to police our way out of every single issue. You all cannot do everything all the time. We also have to look at jobs and education, vocational training, housing, mental health. How can we reduce the amount of crime that is being committed by providing more resources outside of just the department? And I think that's where we have to be creative in doing so. As it relates to this presentation, what was conveyed to the public as the complaints were coming in and their cases were being coded as suspended lack of personnel? Were they ever giving any type of communication that something was either happening or not happening with their case, or were they just left in the dark?
Limited. There were some that were limited, but there were others that it quite frankly was left in the dark. They may not have had another contact. There may have been a contact or an attempt, and then it was suspended. I can't state specifically, certainly for every one of them, and I could certainly bring up one of our commanders over, and they could talk you through exactly how that worked then and how it works now, if that would be satisfactory to you. I want to make sure I'm correct.
I think
yes.
I think ultimately, the suspended lack of personnel was one thing, but the lack of communication was another. A lot could have been rectified if people would have just communicated what the circumstances were, what the dilemmas were, to the victims or the complainants and to the public in this body.
You are correct, sir.
As it pertains to 2016, when this code was first being instituted and individuals within the department were being trained, was that just for the investigative division, or was that for other divisions as well?
It was primarily for investigators, so most of them being in investigative divisions, and these are the codes that now, a little more detail. Again, the goal being, well, how many cases are being suspended with a lack of personnel, with the hopes of getting back into those, and the insight and for better reporting. But it was all trained, as I understand it, to investigators that were in that role and responsibility at that time.
And on page 13, you point to a memo that was put out that is speaking to, it says it's addressed to Troy Finner, but it also has Matt Slinkard, the executive chief. Was Chief Slinkard over investigations, or who was over investigations for the bulk of the time that this code was being instituted?
So, obviously at the beginning, I believe it was Executive Assistant Chief Tim Ottmeyer and Assistant Chief Don McKinney in 2016. And then when that concluded and whenever they retired, then Executive Assistant Chief Troy Finner was made as Executive Assistant Chief over Field Operations, and Matt Slinkard made Executive Assistant Chief over Investigations, and that was in 2017. Then in 2021, Chief Finner became chief. That was under Chief Acevedo. Chief Finner became chief, and then Matthew Slinkard was made executive chief, and then Executive Assistant Chief Jim Jones was over investigative and special operations, while I was promoted and put over field operations.
And you had mentioned in your presentation that at one point it was found that this code was being used, and it was a directive put out that under no circumstances when it came to youth-involved crimes should this code be instituted, but it was not conveyed over to the adults.
Yes, sir.
And why? Who made that decision?
So, council member, I don't know. I can tell you the commander at the time who was trying to get the backlog of the child's cases, sex crimes, investigated. And at that time, it was cleared, all those cases, and the directive was you will not use that. We didn't, we don't backlog any of those cases for children. And I want to make sure I'm speaking properly. I might ask Commander Lorenzana to step up, but that was it. But it was not corrected at the adult sex crimes, and that's all we have right now in terms of the how this happened and what happened. And I don't think that their focus was on the suspended lack of personnel. It was on getting more officers for investigation purposes.
And in this memo you have on page 13, someone writes, I think it may be someone by the name of Jones. It says, Dr. Poor, is this a circular necessary since it only applies to investigations? And then there's someone else that signs and says, route to EOC Jones prior to COP. Does COP mean Chief of Police?
It does.
So is these conversations happening without the Chief of Police at the time being Troy Finner, knowing that this communication is being done regarding if it was going to be city department-wide or just for that division?
I have no information that says that Chief Finner was involved in that conversation at that time. And we've all emails, as you well know, as a part of this have been looked at. We don't know. I don't think so. Chief Finner has stated as such, and so I do not think Chief Finner was involved in this conversation regarding what you see on this piece, on this slide deck, on this piece of paper.
And was there anything done in you all's investigation to show that since Chief Slinkard was over investigations, that he took any steps to notify anybody in the executive leadership or anybody underneath that this code should no longer go forward? Like, what was the role of the chief over investigations during this entire time?
So, Councilmember, just to be clear, in 2017, two of my colleagues at that time were promoted to executive assistant chief, Chief Matt Slinkard and Chief Troy Finner, under Chief Acevedo. So that was that time. Chief Troy Finner had field operations. Chief Matt Slinkard had investigative and special operations. In 21, when Chief Finner became Chief of Police, Executive Matt Slinkard, Executive Assistant Chief at the time, was promoted to Executive Chief. Was not actually in the chain of command, and then because he was handling other duties per our org chart. And at that time, Executive Assistant Chief Jim Jones was over investigative and special operations, and I was over field operations.
Okay. Well, I want to thank you for your thorough presentation and your diligence, and to all of your colleagues. Mayor, I know we also have Ms. Christina Nowak in the audience with the Office of Inspector General, as well as Douglas Griffith with the Houston Police Officers Union. So if there's anything that we believe that they can add to the conversation, I want them to be able to have the floor, if appropriate as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Alcorn.
Thanks, Chief. Great report. I'm impressed by the humility and transparency and honesty both you and former Chief Finner have exhibited during this entire investigation. You know, I was here as a staffer back in 2014. I remember Chief McClellan well. Chief Bradford was a council member. Chief Bradford was a big proponent of getting a work demands analysis done. Figure out how many more officers do we need. I remember the PERF report. I spent some time while you were talking looking back at it. In 2014, the chief sat here, a study the city paid $150,000 for. And the chief and the people performing the report, it was done by a group called Police Executive Research Forum and Justex Systems, Inc. And part of the report said very clearly, HPD does not have sufficient number of officers to investigate the volume, underscored, of workable cases within divisions assigned to the Criminal Investigations Command. It also went on to say that we needed an immediate need for this is 2014, an immediate need for 319 more officers, an immediate need for 101 more investigative operations officers, and 660 more officers, 94 sergeants. They had that all lined out. So 2014, as some might know, our tax rate for the city of Houston per $100 valuation was 63 cents. What happened in 2015? We bumped up against the revenue cap, the voter-imposed revenue cap. Our tax rate has decreased every year since. It went down to 60 cents in 2015. Right now, it's 51 cents. This was a horrible situation at HPD, but the underlying issue is lack of staffing. And we have known this now for 10 years. And I think this is important for the public to know. I appreciate the mayor's wanting to collaborate and get more officers working together, however we can slice this. But ultimately, the public needs to know we cannot have it both ways. We cannot have super low taxes where we're decreasing our tax rate every year and demand that we do a much better job at policing. You are sitting here telling us parts of the department, property parts, everything will suffer. We will suffer. Those won't get investigated. We will definitely do, as we should, the special victims, the assaults, all of the violent crimes. We should do that, but other parts will suffer. We can't have it both ways. This report says nothing else to me than we must go to the voters to increase the revenue cap.
Thank you. Well said. Mayor Pro Tem Castig-Statham.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Alcorn. I totally agree with what you've brought forth. Acting Chief Satterwhite, I had a couple of questions while you were giving this information. I mean, I know we got this today, but we talked a lot about solvability, and I'm curious to know who actually assigned cases, and is that determined by solvability? I don't know how that works, but you were talking about once the code started and was used throughout the department, that officers were trained on the code, and how do officers get assigned those cases based on solvability?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. So, to be fair, the cases prior to 2016 were suspended, and there could have been other cases that met this criteria. But at that time, they created this code to determine which ones had workable leads that were being suspended, as opposed to those that were already patrol, had already made an arrest, or there were no solvability factors. So when a case comes in, and we have since enhanced all of this case management process to ensure against this. But typically what happens is somebody reports a crime, and patrol responds to that location, and meets with the complainant, collects evidence, does an investigation, a primary initial investigation, and then forwards that to the appropriate division. If it's robbery, then it will go to robbery division. If it's if it's an assault, it'll go major assaults, family violence. If it's sexual assault, it'll go to special victims division. When it goes there, there will be an incoming personnel that will be responsible for taking those reports and reading them and determining those very things: solvability, complainant wishes to file charges, all of those things. Is it the right place for it to be? Sometimes cases will be forwarded to one division, and they will ultimately learn that it has nothing to do with that. It has something to do with a different division, or maybe it's no crime at all. So there is a review, an initial review at that division. Now, there was a policy in place where those cases could be suspended right there if that case manager that it went to first in the past deemed it no solvability factors, or it was a low threshold potential crime in terms of investigation and outcome of charges or anything, and it might have been suspended. Today, when they come into any division, especially the violent crimes divisions regarding violent crime, they have multiple reviews. They have an initial review, and if an investigator or a case manager determines that there's just not enough there's no solvability factors, or if it's something that needs to be inactivated, maybe it's not the right, maybe it's the inappropriate place, it still has to go to a secondary review of a supervisor before it can ever even be inactivated. For any cases that are accepted, they have to go through multiple reviews too, and then there's oversight and multiple reviews. In special victims divisions, there's 3 levels of review now to ensure this doesn't happen. So now, today, our processes are much more, we've put in much more what we call belt and suspenders to make sure that nothing gets through inappropriately or is suspended inappropriately or inactivated, that we want all cases where there are real solvability factors on violent crime to make sure that we're doing everything we can to investigate them.
So after you go through those 3 reviews, does someone assign those cases to an officer?
Correct. So for those cases that are going to be assigned following that review, then it will go to a detective. And the detective will then get the case. It will be added to his or her caseload, and they will be responsible for investigating it. And there's a timeline for which they should accomplish certain things. It adds to the extra workload, all the things that we're looking at. But that's how it goes. And then that investigator detective will take that case to whatever end is appropriate. If we identify a suspect, we have a case, the evidence aligns, and we get charges, well, that person is charged, and then they go into the judicial system.
I'm going to stop you because I want to go back to, so the incoming personnel and the case manager investigation, are those HPD officers?
Yes, ma'am.
So originally, not what we do now, but prior to us talking about this, were those HPD officers the incoming personnel?
To my knowledge, they were still an officer that was receiving or a supervisor. Am I inaccurate in that?
So, Councilmember, just to frame, put in perspective so it's easier to follow, we basically task organized or overarching case management SOP, at least from my command, as directed to a subordinate command as follows. There are 3 levels. The first level they call the screener, who screen the cases. Then you have a case management team who's going to manage those cases respectively, and then you have a case management supervisor. Now, those concepts may shift slightly based on, contingent upon on the divisional need, but those are the 3 main themes and 3 main concepts. The reality is, to get back to your question that you just mentioned, ma'am, we basically task organized into 3 different types. Those are the mandatory type, that mandatory assignment, basically the violent crime against people, absolutely serious crime. And then you have those discretionary. Those may not elevate to those levels with staffing permit, you go to the discretionary. And a 3rd type is called the monitoring. Perhaps some information is not readily available, or lack of workable leads at the time, those are monitored. So to put in perspective, staffing-wise, perhaps maybe a combination of civilians and classified officer are divided to screener, case management team, and perhaps a case management supervisor contingent upon the divisional need. In terms of case investigated, those that are mandatory, and there are those that are discretionary, and there are those just for monitoring purposes.
Right. I still don't know who determines the solvability of the case.
The case management team. They come in.
And that's an HPD officer.
It could be a combination of HPD officer and civilians, because there are some civilians that are trained and qualified to do those tasks.
So would the case manager determine if we should use the code?
In terms of what code? The proper disposition code, yes.
The code we're talking about.
The case manager determined, case supervisor approved.
Okay. So there's a potential for 3 people to look at this case.
Yes, ma'am.
And determine if there is solvability for the case.
Yes, ma'am. Perhaps there's even more, because the truth is the first responding patrol officer will basically take the report as a first level of review right from the get-go.
Okay. Did we ever determine when and who created the code from the inception?
That's part of the code that Chief just briefed. It dated back to 2016. It's way before my time as a member of the command staff, or command team. But there are a lot of moving parts that's going around. So with a high level of specificity, I don't see how we can pinpoint. But perhaps there's a lot of gaps we dated back to. It's dated prior to 2016. But it came into inception in 2016 because we tried to correlate with the RMS system that we had at the time. Is that correct, Chief?
Okay. And then my other question is, on page 12, we talked about correcting a child sexual assault investigation, and we said that we would never use the code during a child sexual assault investigation. Why wouldn't we, if we thought that we should never use this code again for a child sexual assault investigation, why wouldn't we use that as a blanket sexual assault investigation? We should never use this code in any sexual assault investigation.
Councilmember, I agree with you. And that was one of the misses at that time in 2017 when it was handled for child sexual assault cases. It wasn't applied to adult sexual assault cases. And that is, throughout my presentation, I listed different times when there were misses where we might have discovered this and dealt with it then, and they're just all misses, and this is one of them.
Whose decision was it to never use the code during a child sexual assault investigation?
I believe it was probably going to be the commander. I wasn't involved in those conversations, but it would have been commander at the time, David Angelo. You know, okay, great.
So the way that the communication started was Lieutenant Colburn had just transferred back into Special Victims Division. He had that conversation with back then Captain Angelo and advised him there was no way that he couldn't stand before anybody and advise anybody that he suspended a case involving a child. So he was the one that convinced Captain Angelo back then to pause utilizing it in the Crimes Against Children unit. And it wasn't transferred over to adult sex crimes. Now that I don't have the answer for. Don't know why that mid-manager didn't bring it to the commander's attention back then.
So now the process is all sexual assault cases will be investigated?
Yes, ma'am. All sexual assaults are
children, adults, family members, every area of HPD, when there is a sexual assault, there will be an investigation.
Yes, ma'am, they will be.
And the reason I'm harping on that is because on page 14 you said we had a name, a description, a vehicle, and a kit for a sexual assault case. And that's totally different than there's a bicycle in my garage and I don't know who stole it. We had a name, a description, a vehicle, and a rape kit. So it's hard for me to put a parallel on solvability from a bicycle in a garage with no evidence and a name, a description, a vehicle, and a kit.
I mean, yes, there is no correlation between, there is no equivalency there. I mean, that's what I'm saying. This code was inappropriately used. It was in policy, unfortunately, but it was inappropriately used, which is why we are here today. And that's just the truth of it, ma'am. By the way, I don't know, this is Commander Elizabeth Lorenzana. She is our commander over our Special Victims Division today. So at least you know the source of the information and what she's given you.
Thank you. And then on page 13, we talked about this circular on page 13. It's kind of small, so it's hard for me to read it. But you made a comment that Chief Slinker was not in the chain of command. But I think this note that says, should we refer it to the Chief of Police, did that come from Chief Slinker?
Yes, ma'am. So I'm just trying to be precise with Councilmember Pollard's question. At that time, Chief Slinkard was the executive chief, right under Chief Finner. But in terms of reporting, in terms of organizational chart, he was not the direct report he was not the person that Executive Assistant Chief Jim Jones reported to. Executive Assistant Chief Jim Jones reported directly to Chief Finner. Same as me, as Field Operations Executive Assistant Chief, I reported directly to Chief Finner at that time. So
who wrote recommend not issuing? I can't read that handwriting, but who wrote recommend not issuing?
I believe that would have been Chief Jones, Executive Assistant Chief Jim Jones. His thought process, as I understand, was this was primarily an investigations thing, and he was trying to correct it in investigations. And then, of course, Chief Slinker agreed, concurred, but said fix it in the standard operating procedures. I'm sorry, they brought a better print for me. So that would have been, yes, Executive Assistant Chief Jim Jones. Again, his logic was he was going to fix it in investigations where the problem primarily existed, and then it was agreed upon on this piece of paper, and it was supposed to be fixed in SOPs. None of that ever happened. None of that ever happened, and therein lies the problem. Part of the problem, that we face here today.
I guess for me it says no circular needed, but should be in all investigative discussions and standard operating procedures. That's a big flag that didn't happen, and this was circulated to several of people in leadership. It didn't make it to the chief because it said to route to EAC Jones prior to COP, and I'm assuming that's Chief of Police.
Right. The intent was for it to go to Chief Jones and then ultimately to Chief Finner. Right now, we do not have anything that says that Chief Finner ever received this specific one. If conversations were had, we don't have any knowledge of those.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Pro Tem Peck.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Chief. I know it's been a difficult time for HPD, but I appreciate your leadership in getting us to the other side on this. After the directive was taken to not use this code anymore, do we know how many times it was used after that, and if there were any disciplinary actions taken against anyone who used the code after the directive was given?
The directive on March 1st of this year?
Or the directive in, I believe it was November.
Or the November 4th executive staff meeting.
Yeah, in 2021, when the chief stated he directed the Special Victims Division to stop using the code, or in any iteration of using the code and not using the code, do we know how many times it was used after any division was told not to use it? And if any disciplinary actions were taken as a result of that or anything related to the investigations?
I will have to ask. I do not have that number post. We know it was used after the executive staff meeting that occurred with Chief Finner stating he did this directive, and that was concurred upon by Chief Slinker and Chief Jones and Director Poore. A lot of the other people in the room have different accounts. Unfortunately, regardless, it never was enacted because no policy. The process was still stayed in place at the investigative level at all the divisions.
So there were no disciplinary actions taken against any officer or anyone in command staff as a result of all of this?
So if they were operating within policy and the policy still allowed it until March of this year, then they're acting within policy, and we cannot hold an investigator accountable if they're following the policy and the training. That's why I say the real fail that we had was not following up, not making sure, and we all have to own that at the executive level.
Okay. When it comes to crime rates and reports, is it correct that the crime rate numbers that we've been given all of these years would be correct because that still information was taken by HPD, so we would still know the number of incidents that happen, but it's the clearance rates that are not accurate. Is that correct?
So those numbers will adjust. And they will adjust because we have NIBRs and we are working through that as we investigate these cases. So those numbers will adjust. I know I have Director Cummins that can, why don't you speak specifically to that?
Sure. So specific to that issue, we had approximately 34,000 incidents that were missed or that were retitled after this initial review out of the 266. 8,000 of them were titled originally investigation type cases and were found to contain criminal elements that needed to be reported. So those 8,000 incidents will then be adjusted in the NIBRS counts over those years between January of 2018 and present. They get counted in the month for which the crime occurred. So the crime rate itself, given the number, would not adjust, but the crime totals will, and the clearance rates certainly will.
Okay. So as the command staff looked at the reports over the years, we've been told 10 plus years that when you're looking at staffing for different divisions, it's all done by the numbers that are coming in, and people are allocated based on what the numbers show. And so I'm wondering, as the command staff were looking at these numbers and seeing so-called clearance rates, were they seeing numbers, here's the number of crimes and here's how many were cleared and that's great? Or was it broken down into these weren't really cleared, they're just suspended? And did anyone from the command staff know that maybe we needed to beef up investigations because of that? So I'm just wondering how far it was broken down for the command staff to actually see what was cleared and why.
Very early on, there was a standardized DDS report that was created. You'll read about it more in the report. And it did standardize the reporting of those codes. And over time, the divisions adjusted their reports, and they were not standardized currently. So while they were still reporting numbers, they were not always reporting the same thing. They also, because of some deficiencies in our RMS, are very dependent upon divisional case management databases, access databases that are separate and apart from our RMS, which puts us in a situation where the divisions are really solely responsible for managing the data, reporting the data. It did limit our department-wide ability to audit to the level that I see us doing so moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for being here, Chief, for being the next man up when we needed some leadership, and for sitting in the hot seat today. So I've got a few questions for you. I'm impressed with the report. I know a lot of work went into it. I hope it'll be the catalyst for some real change that we need, and so perhaps we will have that as a silver lining in this dark chapter that HPD has had to go through. Two things that you said. This was a failure of systems and a failure of leadership. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So all the men and women we have patrolling our streets and keeping us safe, this was not their fault?
No, sir. This is at our level.
Okay. Relatively small number of folks in the upper levels of the department. And I'm trying to understand, Chief, and I hope you'll help me, mindset or attitude that exists where someone doesn't jump up and say, you know what, it's not a good idea to allow a violent crime case with workable leads to be coded suspended, to be inactivated. And I'm wondering why that was allowed to happen. Can you help me understand that?
Sir, I really can't. I'm in agreement with you.
Mm-hmm. When I was at the DA's office, we had a policy in place that no matter how long you'd been there, no matter how high up in leadership you were, you had to try 2 cases a year, right? So you never forgot what it was like to work with a victim. You never forgot what it was like to deal with the difficulties, the practical difficulties in prosecuting a case. And I'm wondering, might some sort of policy like that requiring HPD leadership to maintain at least a small caseload so that they keep their hands in it and they stay fresh regarding who they're working for and what it takes to solve a case. What are your thoughts on that?
I think it's a great idea, sir. I mean, going back into the field or in investigations is really important to maintain awareness, contact, touch with the officers in the field, whether it is patrol and running calls or in the field for any type of event we might have or catastrophe or an investigation. So I think it's a great idea and certainly something else that we can add, which is, but in practice, many of us already go into the field and do different things. But I can't tell you the last time I did personally an investigation where I was the investigator for certainly for a homicide or anything like that. I'm usually in a different role when I'm on those scenes. So it's it's worth looking at and exploring. I will also say, when you ask me why somebody wouldn't raise their hand on this, and I understand, sir, what you're going at, because I feel the same way. Again, these investigators are getting an incredible number of cases thrown upon them because there's not enough of them. And so even they are doing some triage. So work cases with workable leads, but they're still not that strong. They probably, I can only imagine, a bit, probably said, I'm going to work on this case that I know I can make, and they maybe suspended the other. It's not an excuse. I'm not trying to make one for any of us. I'm just trying to tell you how somebody might do something where it's a weak case but still got workable leads and a violent crime, how that might happen. I just really don't know.
I get that, but it's the leadership level that I'm wondering about. Somebody didn't jump up and say, no, we can't do this. And so I wonder if it wouldn't be wise to have a voice or two in the room, maybe civilians with expertise in systems, leadership, great leadership skills, to sometimes be a voice of reason and say, we can't do this. We shouldn't do this.
Yes, sir. That I absolutely 1,000% agree. Having people in the room to raise those counter arguments or suggestions, or we need that all the time. You always need somebody looking, and everybody on the team needs to be looking at consequences so that we can make the best decisions. So it's a practice that we have that we're going to increase along with the quality assurance and quality control measures that we've put in. And the order for everybody is, don't be a yes man or a yes woman. I need to know. Good, that's the thing.
Thank you for that. Chief Ten, did you want to add something?
Yes, sir, Council Member. I just want to, point well taken, but I do want to really distinguish the 2 points that we're talking about. I think once the investigator gets assigned to the cases, they actually do an exceptional job. I think the gap, the delinquency, is the case management, the understanding of case management. So, sir, to fulfill your intent, with your vision, what it should be, to make what right looks like, the goal is to train all management at every single level to understand case management and case assignment. The training that we will incorporate in the extremely near future, not just training, but recurrent training, will have that component to it. Like the Director and I have been discussing, we will include every single chain along the level to understand what case management really is.
I understand it, and I appreciate that. Well, I'm thinking more in terms of someone to say, look, this isn't a good idea. Or even if it is accepted that somebody else jumps up and says, we need to have parameters. We can never use this code for a violent crime case with solvable leads, for instance. That sort of leadership.
Yes, sir.
But thank you. And you spoke eloquently about the need for more officers, and this has always been the case, it seems like, as long as I can remember. When I proposed the 6th Academy class, as a budget amendment that was adopted. You know, we talked in budget workshop about what would it take, you know, to fill a 6th academy class. And if I recall correctly, you were in the room. The initial reaction was, we can't do it. We don't have the resources. We don't have the facilities. Instead of, we have to do it, you know. And now you presented some of those same slides that shows in 2 of the last 4 years, we lost more officers through attrition than we gained through the academy. And so I'm glad we're going to have that additional academy class, but I hope there's the mindset in leadership and in recruiting to do what's necessary to fill it. And I've told you, and I've told your director, your commander over recruiting that, hey, this is on all of us when we're going to help you. So just let us know how we can best help you put more officers on the streets. I know more officers on the streets not going to solve all our problems, but it's a part of the solution.
Yes, sir. Agreed, sir. And yeah, I very clearly remember we were sitting right here when that was said. They can't. But thank you for pressing, because we very quickly and said we can and we will. And you and the mayor, and thank you all for approving that. So, but yes, we have to do everything we can, and we rely on all of you and everybody to help us in recruiting. We need good men and women to take on this job for the future of the city and to keep everybody safe. So all that you can do in that, I greatly appreciate.
Okay, we have to. So let us know how we can help.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Before I go any further, do you need a break?
I'm fine, sir. But if everybody else would like one, that is certainly fine too.
That means yes.
It's,
I don't break up the flow, but I do not want you to sit there if you need a 5-minute break.
Mayor, you'll take one?
Well, we've
already
yeah, we cheated.
Fine.
We all went to the restroom.
I am fine. I knew up front this was going to be a long meeting. And said as much.
Would
but
you
I
like
am
some
fine.
water then?
I will take another bottle of water. That would be awesome.
We'll get you a bottle of water, although that's going to compound the other issue.
Well, sir.
Raise your hand if you'd like to take a quick break. But anyway, Councilwoman Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. And, you know, thank you, Chief Satterwhite. First off, I'd like to just acknowledge something that we haven't, and certainly your report's very thorough and great, heartbreaking, most importantly for the victims. And I think we need to certainly continue to acknowledge that the families, the victims and their families. Certainly, I know many of the faces out here behind you, and I know that you all carry that burden every day. And it's quite shocking, quite painful to hear all this. You know, coming into office, I was aware that there was a significant problem with our fire department, and to learn that, you know, now we're facing the issues with our police department. But you can't unring a bell. And in 2014, as Councilmember Alcorn pointed out, that bell started ringing and has been ringing since. The fact that you need more resources, that you need officers, and also, too, the reality of when this code started being used, you know, like it's a policy, and so the officers are using it, whether it's right, whether it's wrong. We really can't debate that now, but certainly it's almost a decade now of using this code. So, you know, fast forward, here we are, and recognizing the report is out, we all want to know better, do better, be better. To Councilmember Ramirez's point, a couple of questions for you. One is, has this or will this impact your ability to recruit, and how can we help, and what are the plans moving forward to kind of clean this up and really push towards recruitment? And certainly, I think everyone at the Horseshoe is willing to work with you and wants to work with you to help you in those efforts. And now that one, and then I'll wrap it all up in one. And also, too, on the number of cases that somehow have been sitting on the back shelf for all this time, what is the statute of limitations? How does that impact some cases that will never
have an answer that we've been, we've passed the limit for. Can you have an answer for that one?
Yes, ma'am. First question is, how does it impact recruiting? And we're having some success at recruiting. We're going to as many places and many venues as possible in an effort to reach potential candidates for this job. The good news is if you can meet the qualifications, we don't have an upper age limit. So, looking around. So, no, but truly, we can, yes. So we're going to do that. We're a good department, okay? I know I'm telling a very bad story, and it hurts because, this is my department, and it hurts severely. But it's a good department that does great work every day, and it responds to catastrophic events, and people put it on the line. And I think the public sees that. Now, like I said earlier, we enjoy a lot of support from the public. We're not perfect, but we enjoy a lot of support. And with that comes other potential young men, young women, or older that look at it and say, for a second career, this is something I might want to do. So will this hurt us in recruiting? I hope not. And because I know people want to be a part of a first-class organization, and we are. This happened. It happened primarily because we just don't have the staffing. We're taking measures to fix that, and hopefully we'll get more staffing, and that's what we need. We need recruits. So I haven't really seen a drop-off yet, and I hope that none of us do. In terms of statute of limitations, there are crimes that have a statute of limitations. We all know that. There is no statute of limitations on sexual assault. So there's no statute of limitations on homicide. On the most serious, there's no statute of limitations. For others, there are, and to be, full honesty, there are cases that are already beyond statute of limitations that we will not be able to charge in. That's true. And that will happen, and certainly on property crime even more, because it's property crime investigations that are going to suffer because we are focused on violent crime.
Thank you. And just to reiterate, I am proud of our Houston Police Department. I've always been a big supporter, will continue to be, and want to help you all in any way. And again, heartbreaking, but I can only imagine the load that you all carry. So thank you, and God bless you all for being here today to support, and thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Evans Shabazz.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Chief Satterwhite, and thank you to all the HPD officers who put their lives on the line. Just can't imagine what you face daily, but we do know that without you, we would really have a big problem, and we really thank you for your service. My first question, I guess I was going to ask about the statute of limitations. So you don't really have an adequate number as to how many cannot be investigated. I know which ones can in terms of whether they're crimes against property or sexual assault, but you don't have data regarding how many cannot be investigated due to statute of limitations, correct?
So yes, correct. I don't have the exact number. We actually are looking into that because as much as we can, the public needs to know that's part of transparency for those cases that have exceeded the statute of limitations. But I don't have an exact number for you right now, Councilmember. I'm so sorry about that, but I can follow up and find it for you.
Okay. Also, in the subsequent investigation, have we determined that there were cases that there was lack of evidence and should not have been investigated that are included in that number? That could, no one wants to have a case that is not investigated, but if there's no evidence, do you have data regarding how many of those could not have been investigated due to lack of evidence?
So, yes, ma'am. I don't have it at my fingertips, but I think I can get that for you. The simple fact is, and you bring up something that I really didn't speak a lot about because we have real victims, right? And that's our focus. But yes, of that, there were thousands upon thousands of cases that we've already discovered were just miscoded. Arrests were made, and for some reason it was coded as suspended lack of personnel, or there were no leads whatsoever, or the complainant did not want to press charges. in some ways, the code was used more liberally than it really would have even should have been applied to, because as we opened up those cases, we found out that there was no workable leads or anything else, and it's a case that probably would not have gone forward anyway. Again, we have real victims, so I'm being careful about that, but there are thousands upon thousands of cases that were just improperly coded, frankly.
And my final question, because that 2018 email was discussed in this report, was there anything in that email that referred to an SL code to which, or was it just a report of an incident that Chief Finner said that it was not acceptable? Was there any reference in that email to a SL code?
So it was a case that wasn't worked and was handled that way, and so I think you take it for what it is here. Him stating it's unacceptable. I think the reason being is it's been in the news, and we're trying to be completely transparent with everything and not hiding anything. Okay, so that's why everything is here, right, and everything's in the report. So the actual conversation about SL specifically, I don't think is there. I think it's just about the cases being suspended whenever it shouldn't have been. Chief Finner appropriately saying it's unacceptable. It was an opportunity, like all of the others, to maybe, hopefully, somebody figured out something or followed up. It just wasn't done. And that's why I say the fails in this are all at the leadership level. I'm a part of that leadership. The fails, we are not saying that the fails lie at the investigator level. It's us.
Okay, my reason for asking is because if there was no reference to an SL code, then there was nothing that would have brought that to light for Chief Finner to remember that this was addressed in 2018. My point is, if it wasn't an SL code and he was actually just responding to an inappropriate investigation, then is it fair to say that he was not dishonest and saying that he did not know about that in that particular 2018 email? Because people are saying, and it really kind of bothers me, people are saying that he was lying and he was not being honest. But if it was not mentioned in there, and God forbid remembering a 2018 email, I would challenge anybody to remember that. But certainly one that didn't make reference to an SL code, then perhaps he was being honest and saying that he did not know about it at that time. Is that pretty accurate?
In 2018, it's very fair, Councilman. And I'll say that like this. We have so much coming at us all the time. The things, I mean, the very next day can be something else large that we need to pivot and respond to, and we see it all the time. So I'll bet Chief Finner did not remember at all that email, years earlier. It's like anything else. It's at every given point there was an opportunity that we missed. I say, when things like this happen in an agency, there's always going to be a lot of scrutiny, and those of us at the top are going to receive the most scrutiny, and we're going to be held accountable. I mean, it hurts us all, but I do not believe that Chief Finner remembered a 2018 email as he was making public announcement at all. I mean, I would not remember.
I just want to dispel that he was being dishonest.
Sure, I understand.
And that's my point, because at that point he was very emphatic. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if anybody else responded on that email to say that it was inappropriate and to investigate. Mm-hmm. And he's always maintained his responsibility and move forward to try to get things resolved. So I just want to dispel, I've gone toe-to-toe with people saying, well, he lied. Well, I just want to dispel publicly that I do not believe that he lied. Mm-hmm. I do not believe that because it was not referred to, that he should have remembered, and also that I thought he was doing a fine job. And so I want to speak publicly regarding that, and I appreciate you. I've known you and your character and your integrity, and I believe that you are doing a fine job as well. And so thank you so very much for your candor.
Thank you.
Councilmember Flickinger.
Thank you, Mayor. I was a little shocked when the big number came out as to how many cases hadn't been worked. I think it was the next day that I saw a post, I think from Charles Blaine, which I believe was the same clip you showed earlier, about how it had been discussed a decade before, the number of cases that hadn't been worked and the fact that you didn't have enough personnel to actually work all the cases. And it was also stated at that time that every large city has the exact same issue. So I assume today we still don't have enough personnel to work all the cases as well. Is that correct?
Councilmember, we have fewer people today than Chief McClellan had 10 years ago.
Okay. So it's very understandable where this gap occurred. I think there was really two misses. One was obviously in the prioritization of what got worked and what didn't get worked, which you've already addressed.
Yes, sir.
The second one, I believe, is more of a transparency issue, and I'm not even sure if transparency is the right word, but it wasn't highlighted to the public that this many cases every month aren't being worked because we don't have enough people. I would strongly suggest that going forward, until we have enough people to work all the cases, and that may never be the case, that we tell the public monthly, we had this many cases, this is the bandwidth we had to work the cases, this is what's left over. And I think that'll get kind of to Councilman Alcorn's point, that the public will know, you know, this is what we're paying for, this is what we get. If we want to get more, we're going to have to pay more for it. And at least give them a better understanding of, you know, what the situation is and how it is. And they may say, we don't want to pay any more money, that we're happy with the level of service that we get. I don't know, but at least the public can be informed and actually make that decision. The other thing I got a question about is slide number 5, the staffing levels. You've got authorized, classified, and civilian, and then actual, classified, and civilian. I assume authorized is the same as budgeted. Would that be correct?
No, sir. Because every year, and ours is the largest portion of the city's budget at $1 billion. 92% of that is personnel. So we are using up every dollar y'all are giving us, either for people or for equipment or for other compliance and things that we have to do or for overtime. So if, just for example, if you look at today and you see authorized today at 4,405 officers, where our actual number is 5,211, and then you take that delta, which is approximately 1,200, and then you figure what the cost of that is. It's about when it's going to cost an extra 170 to probably 200 million by the time you add the employee salary and benefits, and then you add the training and the equipment and all the other things that are going to go in. So we need an extra $200 million.
Okay.
These are real numbers, and what we have is what we're trying to hire towards and grow, and so that number will fluctuate. And you know what? I have Director Smith in the room. Maybe bring her up. But it's going to cost more. And I don't know any other way to say it. It's going to cost a lot more. Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon. So I think the question is the authorized the same as the budgeted number? And so for classified, it's unique because under the authorized, for those individuals less than a sergeant, an officer or a senior officer, there are actually more authorized numbers because of the way we move in our system. They may be a cadet, then they go to probation, and then they go to an officer. So they have to have movement in order to do that. And so that's why you see a larger number of authorized. And then we have the budgeted number, and that is what we anticipate in terms of the attrition and in terms of the cadets coming in. And so you will see a different number for authorized versus budget. Is that?
Okay. Okay.
I know it's a lot.
And what about, does the same thing apply with the civilian side of it?
No.
Okay.
What you see is what's...
Because you're about 10% below your authorized number on civilian, a
Right.
little over 10%, and just under 20% less for classified.
No, for civilian, it is actually the number. It's number to number. If we wanted more, then we would have to come to you and ask for an additional number. Okay. So for classified, it's a little different because we would have to come back every quarter to ask for more. So that gives us that flexibility.
So are the funds there to hire the extra 10% of civilian? To go from the 878 to the 981?
So the funds are there when you count the attrition. So we have to budget. We don't budget for the full number. We have to budget for what we anticipate being the actual number that we're going to have. So we have to actually balance that number out.
Okay, so the 939 civilian are not budgeted for either.
So yes, it's budgeted, but what I am saying is that we know that we're going to have people coming and going during the year. Right. So when you do a budget, you anticipate that attrition. And so when we budget for that total number less the attrition that we anticipate.
Okay, so you've budgeted for 939 less the attrition?
Yes.
So, okay, so we don't have 939 that's budgeted for. I mean, if we've got 5% attrition, it'd be 939 minus 5%, right?
So, yes, but we have to manage that internally.
Okay.
So in the budget, we have 939. So that means that we have 939 positions that we can actually hire, but we know that we have to account for attrition. I mean, that's just the way we do the budget. And so we have that opportunity to budget for that 939 with anticipation of some attrition.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Why don't you explain to them if you wanted to increase that number, we've got to furnish you the money because you're working within the boundaries of what the council budgets you. So if we wanted to go back, if you want to add a couple of hundred, you don't have the resources for that.
Yeah, and essentially I was saying if we get up to...
I mean, it's not nearly as complicated as I'm trying to understand.
So thank you.
Where you work within, there's going to be some attrition, there's going to be coming and going. Bottom line is, you got a fixed police budget, and they can estimate what their needs are. Well, not even their needs. We've already documented they're not getting their needs. But the authorized amount is pretty much fixed at that 900 level.
Yes, sir.
So if you want to go 100, like we increased the cadet class, there wasn't money in the original proposed budget for 6, so it was approved. We had to find the money.
No, essentially I was asking, do we have enough...
Or you're certified, you got to come up with the money.
Yeah, I was saying, do we have enough money to get up to the authorized amounts in the budget, and we don't, to get up to that full amount, because we know we're going to be less because we have attrition.
And then we have, as the mayor has mentioned, we have a certain dollar amount that we're given in terms of the budget. It's limited.
And the dollar amount is included attrition.
Right. And if we know that it's going to be different, then we go to the administration and finance and say, hey, we actually are seeing that number go up. Please allow us to have additional funding for that.
Well, hopefully y'all will be asking for that.
Another problem, directors and chiefs under other administrations are not allowed to ask for more than what they know they're going to get. Because the politics is such, and I've experienced in Austin for years, it's present here coming into our administration. And that's one reason we got such a mess. I mentioned transparency. You got to allow chiefs, fire, police, public works, everyone show you what their needs are that are not being met, and then it's our responsibility. But you're not going to have previous chiefs sit down here in this horseshoe. I mean, just watch it before we got here and say, I've got to have 500 more officers, and it's going to cost this. Or we got a heck of a problem. They're just not allowed to be that transparent until certainly now. I want to know what your challenges are and what you need. And then it's our responsibility.
No, in kind of reiterating.
There's controls in place before we even get to this horseshoe.
Kind of reiterating the transparent piece, I really think if we put out a report once a month telling the public what we weren't able to do, and obviously the prioritization needs to be right, let the public decide what they want to do.
No, Councilmember, I agree. There's some really great ideas coming out here. Councilmember Ramirez, in terms of us doing some of the other things, I mean, to maintain that connection to what we all learned when we came on this department, many years ago. I mean, I agree. So thank you. That's a good idea.
Thank you.
Thank you for everything you've done. Really appreciate it. You and the whole department.
I appreciate it, sir. Thank you.
I just want to make sure to assure you that.
Young, but I was around because we had such a shortage and the crime rate was going so high in the early 90s. Bob Lanier, his first administration, canceled a monorail between downtown and Galleria and put the equivalent of 500 officers on the street overtime. So there's ways you can do it. Obviously, as Councilman Alcorn articulated, tell the public the true picture and tell them we got to have additional funding. On the other hand, we got other pockets that we can and will look to for some immediate relief. I'm sorry, did you?
I was just going to assure that we work very closely with the administration in terms of sharing what our needs are, especially on the civilian side, which we do see that there's an additional need for that, and so we appreciate that collaboration.
One last thing.
That's a good political answer. You know good and well. You know darn well, and you and I have worked together for 30 years.
I would also
that you're restricted from giving some of the challenges publicly until they're worked out.
I would also think probably the quickest way to benefit the security of the city is through the civilian, because I would think you'd be able to bring them on a lot faster than what you could police officer.
Yes, sir. So we would love to really climb, in terms of civilians. They're awesome partners, and they do so much. I just had a conversation with Controller Chris Hollins, and we were talking about some of the budgeting things that we've already brought forward. We talked about the more pay for cadets and higher pay for to compete. We also talked about the EPRO program, which are retired police officers with lots of experience, have already been CJIS, met CJIS requirements and everything else. I mean, it's, to me personally, it just seems like such an obvious another way to quickly help our department. They're part-time, they're not full-time, but they know their stuff, and they could help. They could come in, they could make those calls too. So between increasing civilians, which we could do a lot faster, and increasing the EPRO program, which are retired officers coming back on a part-time basis, we could do some good things. And those are quick hits and quick fixes.
And don't forget forensics. Patrol officers can make their arrests, investigators can file the cases, but if they got to wait a year on a ballistic test, it's a huge problem that's underfunded.
I took a tour through the DA's office yesterday, and those exact same comments were made by the DA's office.
Absolutely. Councilman Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, just want to first start off by saying thank you for continuing to see this report out and sharing this with us. It's very thorough. As enlightening as it is, it's also been known, as you mentioned when you first started. So I want to thank your command staff. I know a lot of y'all, we either east side, southeast, central, south central. I've seen the work that y'all do, and I know y'all are committed to Houstonians. So in light of that, and in the mindset of being transparent and honest, you've mentioned a couple of times where some of the cases were put inappropriately or liberal. Were there instances where there was an abuse of the SL code? And if there were, have they been addressed?
So it's not, I don't have an instance of an abuse of the SL code, and I probably should be careful with it. What I mean by that is the code was there, and I think it might have been, a lot of cases were by accident, probably, inaccurately coded as SL. Patrol made an arrest, but we found that out when we reviewed it. Well, Patrol made the arrest. This person was already charged, but somehow or another, it could happen when you're sitting at that terminal and you're entering data that you make a mistake and it gets entered. So I'm not ready to say that anybody nefariously did anything. I'm just saying that there were cases that were improperly coded, a lot of them, and as they were coded as suspension or suspended lack of personnel when they should have been coded as arrest, patrol arrest, or coded as something else. Again, there are lots of ways a case can be cleared, not just charges filed. There's a lot, and we have that whole part of our SOP now of all the ways and avenues, and we're training officers on that to make sure that we're as accurate as possible. So, no, I do not have that in terms of, that we're disciplining anybody for specifically suspending it when they intentionally suspend it. We do have a couple of admitted this was a mistake. I didn't mean to do that. And so they wasn't intentionally following policy, so there may be some type of cite for that. Sometimes accidents happen.
And I appreciate that answer. And I think, again, to ensure that the public, I say this, I know being out in the community with you all, the community appreciates you and trusts you, but I know that there's been some break in trust. And so just to ensure that we do continue to build that trust with community. And you mentioned, that the training that's happening and the list of recommendations, I definitely would love to see a continuous conversation about how those recommendations are being met, when they're being met. One in particular, and you mentioned the 55-hour training with Hawk. I've had several conversations with Sonia Corrales, and she's brought this to my attention that historically she's been wanting to come in and have these conversations with HPD. So I'm very happy to see partnerships like that happen, because at the end of the day, HPD cannot do it all. And there are resources, there are collaborations, there are partnerships, even the community. One thing that stood out is that, we're going to start seeing an increase in property crime possibly, or a lack of response to property crime. And to get ahead of that, I think we need to make sure that the community, who is, I believe, is the police department's first line of collaboration, are informed about how to avoid being a victim of property crime. What does that look like? How do you roll that out? How can our offices help support you all with that as well? So I look forward to those partnerships as well with my office. And then I'll just wrap up with this, and it's Councilmember Alcorn hit the nail on the head. It's not new, as I mentioned to you. We're understaffed at HPD. HFD has been going through turmoil as well, lack of staffing in different spaces, infrastructure, deferred maintenance, and being here at City Hall for the past 10 years, recognizing that one of the reasons why I wanted to run was because I wanted to put that reset button and really right-size things that have been going on and just allowed, unfortunately. And we can blame it on, we don't have the funds for it. But if we want to be very honest and transparent with community about what services you want, starting off with public safety, then we go into infrastructure. The deferred maintenance has been going on and I've said this around the Horseshoe plenty of times. It's not just 8 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago. It goes back even further than that when you look at some of the different city facilities. There's been opportunities here around the Horseshoe to keep the tax rate even during a disaster. And as difficult, I saw the conversation with council members at that time. It was a difficult conversation. But we're paying the price for it now because there is no action taken at that point. And as the mayor, has stated just a bit ago, this is across every department. And, I think it's risen to the top with HFD and HPD because it's public safety and it's been a priority for community. But we really need to own this as a council. It's probably not the best political thing to say that, we need a trash fee. We need to look at the revenue cap. Nobody wants to do that because then you go back into the community and they're saying, well, now you're increasing my taxes. But at some point, this position should be used in a way where we are actually servicing community. And unfortunately, to all of us, I have a family of 4, and a trash fee might cost me sitting down with my son for coffee, a few times out a month. But those things are needed. And I don't want to make it seem, just with my instance, I know there's challenges out there for growing up in a family of 12 and making sure food's important and shelter's important. But at the end of the day, the city as a whole needs to step up as well. But it starts with us and being honest, unapologetic sometimes in the community to say this is what it costs. And so I look forward to, making sure that we have this conversation, honest conversation. The controller said, there's no plan. There's been a plan, and it's called, the revenue cap. And it's called the trash fee. I've heard the trash fee for years. It's not something new. There is a plan. We just need to start acting on these things. And so as I look at the staffing, slide 3, population continues to increase and services continue to decrease. And at the end of the day, it's going to cost. And so my hope is that working with this administration and my colleagues that are sitting around this horseshoe today can actually make some real changes. And so, again, just as unfortunate as, this has become, the impacts that it made to families across Houston, hopefully we can come out better. And I think we can only do that, again, with being honest with ourselves and being transparent with the community. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief Satterwhite, let me commend you for such a great presentation. It wasn't easy, and as I could very well see, it wasn't easy for any of us. You and I have had conversations relative to, HPD, who I hold in high regards. We have, and I agree with you, we have the finest department, both in first responders of HPD as well as in our HFD. And I commend all of the men and women who are out there every day doing what they do. I just had a few concerns. The old saying is never say never. And certainly the problems that we have within HPD, I brought up an issue some time back about having HPD to come and make an address to this council. And I indicated sometime weekly, but even if it was monthly, just like the comptroller comes and make a monthly report. So the concerns and issues that are going on within our city and our department need to be made relevant to the council. I also say that it's never saying never. It has been stated about dollars and cents. The issue around this case is 10 years, started in 2014. 2014, when Chief McCullum stood and said that it was 20,000 cases then. The mayor's always iterated about transparency. It's not like we didn't know. It wasn't like this council at the time didn't know. We 2 administrations passed to where we are today with this 264,000. So you do the math at 20,000 cases, or whether there's evidence or not, over 10 years, it's well above that 20,000, probably 21, 22,000. So transparency is on the table. You can't ignore it. Now, we could talk about dollars, and and like I say, I never say never when it comes to what we do in order to adequately supply the police department or any of our departments with money they needed. Things that we always talk in dollars and cents, but we have to make dollars make sense. And sometimes it's not the fact that you have lack of dollars, but it's how you utilize the dollars. And of course, there's so many areas where the mayor has looked into where there's been just reckless spending. So, but we have to prioritize. But I do want to ask the question concerning demotions. Since this investigation been done internally, as well as this investigation been done, subsequent, the mayor picked a committee to look into this. 2 officers have been demoted. Correct me if I'm wrong. 2 people in the administration investigation side has been demoted. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then we've had the chief to retire. Now, early on, Mayor Pro Tem Tatum asked some questions pertaining to the investigation of people there. During this whole process. Now, Chief Slinkard was the chief over the operations of investigation, correct?
So he was the executive assistant chief over investigative and special operations under Chief Acevedo.
Got it.
When under Chief Finner, he was the executive chief and not over investigations.
Okay, so looking at the line, the chain of people of responsibility, somebody has to know something about what somebody does. I think that's my biggest concern. You know, it's always been the problem solving. 3 things is always asked. How did we get here? What are we going to do now that we're here? And what are we going to do so we don't go back to it?
Correct.
In this situation, it was coding. Coding was the issue, which the number of non-investigated cases wasn't new. In 2014, Chief McCullum said 20,000. So it wasn't like they didn't know. People knew. And the department was making that made known. So again, whoever that came up with the idea of using the coding to say we're undermanned, we're understaffed, we don't have enough people, then that should have been somebody made that decision. I don't know who. I don't think it's been revealed as to who it is. I think that's one of the reasons why, and of course the mayor can correct me, was the problem, and he stated publicly, we're going to get to the bottom of this. We're going to find out who made this issue of coding. So that's a concern, a deep concern, transparency. Last thing I want to discuss is the fact that, you know, I literally worked in the county. I did a volunteer for the grand jury. I spent, days working the grand jury. And one of the horrifying things in the grand jury when you serve is they bring in cases on top of cases of sexual assaults that happened years prior. And the cases just stack. And it's horrific to see sexual assault cases of minors, of cases that never get solved. So backlog of cases is a serious thing. It's really a black mark on, or dark mark, whichever, on the department, which don't deserve it. So I would hope in the future that we make sure that not only this time it was coding, let's pray that there's nothing else that would create this type of black eye on our department, who is one of the best in the country, in my personal opinion. And I hope that transparency and reporting is something that we all require, because it's not deserving of the men and women who serve this department each and every day. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you, Councilmember. What you're saying is quit kicking the can down the road.
Yeah, which turns into a barrel.
Yeah, I understand. Councilmember Huffman.
Thank you, Mayor. And just briefly, I know that this didn't happen for lack of caring, because nobody becomes a police officer because they want to miss every birthday or every holiday or every anniversary. They do it because it's a calling. And I know the commitment that all of you have to this department and to the city. And so I just want to say thank you for taking the steps to resolve this and just make sure that it doesn't happen again. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you, Councilmember Castillo.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Chief Satterwhite, for the very thorough and hard look into what has happened. It's a necessary step in figuring out where those missteps were and how to move forward, ensuring we don't encounter this or something similar again. My question is about thinking through what triggers an audit, what triggers an investigation. When looking at the recommendations, when looking at the findings, has there been any consideration into looking at what along the way would have triggered an audit or investigation prior to 2024?
Yes, sir. So there were actual in audits that were conducted, state and department-wide, within our department. There are, in terms of compliance, there are sometimes that are audits that are required every year or every 2 years, depending on the division or what they're investigating. So there were, and those, as I kind of articulated earlier, were opportunities that were missed to discover this. Again, I think until 21, the November 4th meeting, there wasn't a lot of dialogue at all about the code itself. There was the dialogue about backlogs, about children's sexual assault cases that needed to be followed up on, about FSGI or failure stock, other cases that were suspended, but it wasn't necessarily the thought. It was about, we got to investigate these cases. It wasn't until that November 4th meeting, and really that year that earlier correspondence that the issue of the actual code itself emerged, and so there were audits along the way that were misses to find this, to see this. So that's a miss. And then, of course, there was the actual, when it was finally brought forward, there was efforts and well-intentioned efforts by executives to make corrections. Unfortunately, at all of our levels, it just did not get down to the troops, and that's a miss.
Got it. Well, I think, what y'all have found and what is being recommended will go a long way in increasing the transparency and increasing opportunities to prevent those misses. And that's going to help restore trust to the public, which, as we talk about safety, as we talk about ways to help increase our ranks, that may include going to the public, for exemptions and whatnot. And trust is going to be very vital.
Correct.
And so I think this is a good first step in that rebuilding process. Thank you,
sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I know you got to have a break. Need a break now.
I will take one, sir.
Remember transparency.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, and thanks to your command staff and everyone involved. We have a great city and great people and a great police department that's just had to do with too little resources for a number of years. And this leads to a disaster that you've described, but we have put a halt to those labels, and we will continue to pursue the backlog and review them. And you've represented yourself and your department very well today, and thank you to your entire team. Members, we're going to have pop-off. I can't imagine, but for Chief Satterwhite, I'll be with you and shortly for your press availability in my proclamation room right outside my office.
Yes, sir.
So take a brief break, and then we'll hook up in a minute.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Members, that's we'll go to pop-off with Pastor Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to use a few minutes just to recognize a bright young man, Kazi Cherry, who was one of our interns. I want to thank him for being my office intern this summer. His last day is today, and he's been a trooper since day one. We're so appreciative of this intern. My office wanted to make sure that he was able to experience all of the aspects of working for a city council office. So we've taken him to community meetings, one-to-one field visits, constituents, the Houston Emergency Center, Metro, and HGAG board meetings, an SBA event, and an HPD back-to-school event. He's also helped us with research on crime, public utilities, and he's assembled for my office a spreadsheet database of churches who are ready to assist Houstonians. He's a man of few words, so we're gonna speak for him. I'm certain he's going to go on to bigger things, and we're so grateful to have Brother Kazi Cherry. I don't know if he's with us, is he present? But we certainly want to thank him for his service and his internship during this intern period. Thank you.
Councilmember Flickinger.
Yes, our intern, Tom Saunders, is leaving, going back to finish up his nuclear engineering degree at A&M, so we wish him well. On a sadder note, I had a constituent, Jim Mickey, who passed away this past week. Jim was very prominent in the community, served in the Air Force, in fact, was instrumental in getting a monument dedicated to the Cold War veterans in Ohio a number of years ago. So his funeral is going to be next week. We're really going to miss Jim and certainly wish his family the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. We'll move on to Councilmember Mary Nan Huffman.
Thank you, and I want to say thank you to the mayor for the extra contractors for the debris pickup. There's still a lot of places in District G where we are still awaiting debris pickup, and people are getting worn out. So we look forward to hopefully getting all the debris removed. Thank you.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. To those of you who are here for the Quality of Life Committee meeting, we will start just a few minutes late. We've been in session since 9 o'clock. Once this concludes, we'll have to break for 5 to 10 minutes, I think, so that HTV, which broadcasts our meetings, can make the transition. And so thank you for your patience.
Do you have pop-off? That was your pop-off? Okay. Councilmember Thomas.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I am continuing to say goodbye to Congresswoman Jackson Lee, and Monday was a very special moment, not just for her, but for our city and for those that will remember her as well. First, I want to shout out to the District F cleanup on Saturday. Councilmember Ramirez even joined us on the west side and made it through the rain. Quality of life and cleaning up in our neighborhood is something that we've been focusing on throughout the year. So just shout out to the 18 volunteers that weathered the storm. They picked up 25 bags of trash in the rain. Shout out to A-Leaf Super Neighborhood 25, Sewa International, of course, and A-Leaf Votes. And special thank you to our District F intern, Julian Nguyen, for organizing this very successful event. On Sunday, I was at the Church Without Walls Eldridge campus to thank them for their support post-Hurricane Beryl, and to announce our event with the U.S. Small Business Administration that was held on Monday. The Associate Administrator, Francisco Sanchez Jr., came in from D.C. To share a presentation with our business owners. Shout out to those that came from throughout the city and the region, from Brazoria County, all throughout, to hit this information. That information went out for participants via email in their inboxes, and we posted that also on social media. I want to thank the Mexican Consul General for sending her team. The next U.S. Small Business Administration event will be held at their offices, and more to come. We plan on offering this in various languages, including with the FAQs. On yesterday, I had the privilege of welcoming 400 new teachers to A-Leaf ISD at the new teacher orientation. We are excited that the school year is beginning to start. That will start on August 12th. It seems like summer has gone very quickly. So we are energized to make sure that our students are striving to success, but also that our teachers are supported. And then again, congratulations to the ladies of Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority on their 60th boule. Colleagues, thank you for celebrating them with me on yesterday during our public session. I was honored to present them, and I believe that this is their very first proclamation on behalf of the city of Houston. So we not only celebrated them, but we also offered history. Today, they will be welcoming our Vice President, Kamala Harris, to their public meeting tonight at the George R. Brown. Please continue to welcome the ladies in blue and gold throughout our city through Sunday. And I want to also give my warmest thanks to Sam Pena, the former Houston Fire Department Chief, for his 28 years of service and career and his commitment to the city of Houston. I have a lot of stories about him, but I just will add this. I remember during the freeze of 2021, none of us had power, and we still had to have council meetings. He instructed his team to navigate the ice to make sure that we had a chargeable battery so that we can do our due diligence as council members. I just want to appreciate his integrity, his class, and I wish him nothing but blessings and miracles in his next season in life. As many of my colleagues are celebrating their interns, I would like to add my voice to that chorus as well. This summer in District F has been full of activity. Shout out to Julia Nguyen and our summer coordinator, Tommy Wan, who's no stranger to the West Side. They have been an incredible asset to our office. Tommy is a rising junior at the University of Texas, Austin, and he is on loan. He is not an intern. He is on loan to the Congresswoman Lizzie Fletcher's office in this fall. Is Tommy and Julian in the office? There, go stand up. Let us show you love. So he's on loan. So Congresswoman, if your team is watching, you cannot have him. Julian is a rising senior at HISD's Carnegie Vanguard High School and hopes to attend University of Texas, Austin after graduation. Of course, you know the office extends deep gratitude to you. Julian in particular immersed himself in a very unfamiliar district, not familiar with the West Side, but we got him right. Forging profound connections with our residents and our young people, leading in initiatives along with Tommy of A-Leave Votes, and working with our 16 young student fellows, Hurricane Barrel Relief, our upcoming housing summit, and more. So I just want to appreciate your contribution, and the requirement is that you return back next summer. I was able to join the National Urban League and NARAB in New Orleans last week for the National Urban League Conference in support of the National MOU, increasing home ownership and affordability nationwide throughout all of the National Urban League affiliates. And I'm so excited to join with them in this because coming this fall, we'll be hosting a housing summit in the city of Houston. More to come from that. So we're keeping the West Side the best side. If my office can be of any support or service to you, contact us at 832-393-3002. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. We'll move on to Vice Mayor Pro Tem Peck.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. First, I want to thank Maddie Flores for working with us this summer as our intern. She has interned with us before, and she's just so amazing doing answering phones, doing everything in the office, and so we're so thankful for her. We also put her to work a lot with the recent storms, doing food distributions and ice distributions, and she really was amazing at all of those too. So thank you, Maddie, for being with us this summer. And finally, I want to say thank you to the HFD Wildland Group. They are headed to California for 2 weeks to assist in the wildfire response. They have a strike team leader and 2 engines that are going up there, and just want to say thank you to them and to stay safe. Thank you.
Councilmember Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And I'll be brief with this as much as possible, but I was looking forward to hearing from Solid Waste today. Fortunately, there's a lot of things that need to be addressed at the city. So, the police took precedence over it. But I want to make sure that Solid Waste is following through. I know our Solid Waste employees, city employees, are working hard, diligently, but we have contractors, and at the moment, it's just very confusing for not just myself, but constituents across District I. When the debris is getting picked up, why hasn't it been picked up? Do they submit 311? Do they not submit 311? And so I really want to, have this open conversation next week during the mayor's report to ensure that we are following through. There's in the GIS map, we just found out that now there's actual pinpoints of what's been picked up. My office is going to continue to call residents where, quote unquote, it's been picked up, because we know that there are challenges after the derecho storm where places were being picked up, but they really were not being picked up. And if it's the contractors that are out there saying that they're picking up, then we need to know this information. So I look forward, and I just had a conversation with the mayor before he left. So we will be having this not next week because we're off council break week, but the following week. Hopefully we'll have good information. And then I'll just close with this. Our first senior Golden Gala, we're expecting about 300 seniors this coming Monday. We've invited all council members. We hope for you to attend. And it's an opportunity to just engage and interact with our senior population, bring some resources to them. I'm excited about the Open Door Mission, which is a nonprofit in the East End that will be catering there. And one huge shout out to Tejano Center for partnering with me, my office, to see this through and through, and also to all the sponsors. Thank you.
Councilmember Alcorn.
Thank you. I'm going to pass on my prepared remarks. I'm eager to get to the meeting on the short-term rentals. I know we have people waiting. That starts at 1 o'clock. So looking forward to what you have to say.
Councilmember Carter.
I just want to make a quick announcement. If there are viewers out there who still have trees on their homes, the American Red Cross is taking those creating case numbers and helping assist to get those off. On Monday, I had filed 6 case reports on Saturday, and by Monday, American Red Cross was out to assist and try to get those folks in Northwood Manor taken care of. So American Red Cross if you need to have tree removal. Thanks.
Councilmember Evans Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'll be brief. I want to first thank the mayor and other city officials who were present at the CUNY Homes, where we accepted a $50 million federal grant for the public housing complex in the Houston's 3rd Ward. This event marked a significant milestone for our community. The grant will transform CUNY Homes from a 553-unit public housing complex into a 1,115 mixed-income units, including multifamily residences. And this is just so phenomenal. And this project aims to double our housing capacity while ensuring that current residents are prioritized. And I want to certainly again thank the mayor. Thank you, David Northern, Sasha Marshall-Smith of the Housing Authority, who worked diligently and with much dedication and hard work, and were instrumental in securing this grant. And I want to thank Dolores Ford, the president of the CUNY Homes Resident Council, for her remarks and ongoing advocacy for the community, and all the community members and stakeholders that came and participated in this wonderful event. On last night, Xfinity and the Houston Texans Digital Literacy Night at the Boys and Girls Club, it was just a great success. 50 families were awarded laptops. The Texans were there. The cheerleaders were there. I told them I used to look like that, but that was back then, and this is now. At any rate, it was a wonderful event. Thank you to Bryce Kennard, Misha McClure, Tony Beck, Hannah Greenwood, and Nicholas.
plus officers from other divisions to spend full-time on this project. Also, hundreds of officers in their own division with their regular assignments went into reviewing the matter and trying to clear this up. A lot of progress. We worked with the DA's office to make certain that the sexual assault victims got counseling resources. It's very complex because some had already moved on in life and didn't want to revisit the subject. So all I can say is we have a great city, great people, and a great police department. All you have to do is look at the challenges the officers face during the storms. They're out on the front. Actually buried a civilian employee this week because of his call to duty and his willingness, his passion to show up and go to work. So it's a very dangerous job. The public has not seen a picture of the shortage of officers and resources since 2010. Strike that, 10 years ago, 2014, when Chief McClellan in public at council said that there was a shortage. Since then, it's been discussed very little, except the public knew, and I was drafted to run for mayor because our response time was growing, clearance of cases was a serious problem, and I could name you locations in Houston that people were beginning not to visit. The Galleria became part of most discussions about not going there, gang activity. I, to this day, and we've heard a very good report, and I'm going to call Chief Satterwhite to answer questions with us. I don't know, after spending years upon years of chairing criminal justice, working with HPOU and employee groups, how this was not reported to the public, and certainly to city officials. But that's what the record reflects. So I'm very pleased with the work of the HPD review. My independent review is in the final draft, having been watching the work product of HPD, so I would anticipate in the very near future they'll have Chairman Cohen's report. So with that said, I will yield to any questions for myself and certainly Chief Satterwhite.
Mayor, I had a question about one of the points that Councilmember Alcorn made today about the revenue cap. I know obviously we heard a lot of talk today about officer shortages, and that's something that HPD has been struggling with for years. We also are dealing with the city's financial state and also the fire deal, and I wanted to ask you where you stood on the revenue cap and adding that to the ballot.
We're going to do whatever it takes to make Houston safe. At one time I said everything's on the table, and then we started getting reports of corruption, $80 million in water contracts given to folks who don't even have a business. We've seen indictments in the management districts of Midtown. We see duplication, waste. So then I said nothing's on the table till I can go to the public and allow them to know that we've eliminated as much corruption as we can find, and we're not through on that front. Everything's, as I've said repeatedly, and you can quote me, if we don't make the city safe, nothing else matters. And we have to have the resources. I was in Austin Monday talking to the governor's office. We're making progress in receiving significant monies in new initiatives. So we'll go wherever it takes us to get the resources to get the officers on the street. We've spent $3 million on this review. We have funded the 6th class. So I don't have patience. I don't have time to waste. You know, I've been robbed at gunpoint. Very blessed that I didn't get shot with my wife and 9-year-old daughter. So I know. That's the reason I ran for mayor. And there are a lot of other challenges. And people can demagogue about what the firefighters have done, settlement have done to city budget. As I mentioned this morning, we were $160 million short in January. So I know it makes good political talk. Then we want to talk about preparation for the storm that your paper did this morning. We did everything humanly possible to get ready. Collaboration with every level of government. All hands on deck. But quite frankly, preparation for the storm suffered from underfunding. You know, I don't go around turning on the generators at 10 fire stations. That's why I have a fire chief. Lo and behold, I discovered in the middle of the storm that because of lack of city finances and resources and preparation by certain departments, yeah, there's 10 fire stations that had to be closed. And I could go on and on. But we were prepared. Just think if we hadn't been as prepared as we are. Prepositioning things, employees, mobilization of police. Yes, and I know that's not why we're here today, but it fits into the narrative that the city is underfunded. You ought to talk to the parks director. He has to shuttle people to work sites because he doesn't have vehicles. Solid waste, working 18-hour days, 6 days a week. So yes, it's a serious problem. It was a serious problem when, back to spend, we got a surplus. That's what people were saying. The mayor, when I got here, we have a $400 million surplus. No one that's reviewed it knows that that's correct. We had a shortfall. If we'd have never heard of a firefighter settlement, $160 million short because he was funding it with one-time federal ARP money. So please include the overall picture and why we've got to be transparent about what we're facing. Downstairs today, you've never seen that before I got here. That was all handled behind closed doors. That is the true picture. And I applaud Councilman Alcorn. He's been very outspoken. But we're going to allow everyone to participate. And when I go after some pools of money, you'll hear a lot of howling. You know, don't forget what Bob Lanier did to solve this problem in the early 90s. We're going to look where we can to find pools of money because nothing matters more than fixing this problem.
Mayor, for you or for Satterwhite, I think one of the things that was missing in today's briefing is that there was nobody named who was the person who raised their hand and said, I think this code should be invented.
That's a darn good question because that's the same question I have.
In this report, there is a memo that says in 2016 that it was Melissa Cummings and Ottmeyer that invented it. Are these the people that were?
I'm going to yield to Chief Satterwhite. I'm going to just yield to him because I'm going to be honest with you. As he mentioned when we were closing, most of the people that even discussed it are not even in the department anymore. But anyway, Chief Satterwhite, you want to
Thank you, Mayor.
address that?
Actually, I did cover it at the beginning of the presentation. So we had a suspended code that was in investigations, but there was nothing beyond just suspended. And so when investigations were done before this code was created, it could be suspended because patrol made an arrest. It could be suspended because there were no workable leads, or it could be suspended because there were workable leads but no personnel available to do the investigation. So when they created it, and I said it, it was Executive Assistant Chief Ottmeyer and Assistant Chief Don McKinney. Their effort, their goal was we need to understand exactly how we're suspending those cases and we need data on that, and that was a part of complying with the new RMS that we were venturing into. And then also to understand how many cases, for those cases, their intent was for those cases that were suspended with workable leads, that on the promise of more people, those cases might be reopened or more information because a lot of them presumably were not as strong of a case. And so therefore, there were workable leads, not as strong, and they were suspended lack of personnel. So that is the creation of the suspended lack of personnel code. It was done with good intent. They just never, and I haven't talked to them personally in face, but I would say that they probably never imagined it being used in the manner that it was used. The problem was, and as I stated, there were no guardrails. There were no parameters into where you could use it and where you could not use it. And the training that was employed were investigators. Again, to my knowledge and through our investigation, there were no guardrails or parameters. It was left to each division. So therein lies the problem. Good intent, on trying to create it, bad policy.
Chief, good afternoon.
Yes, sir.
How involved were Assistant Chief Wyatt Martin as well as Donna Crawford in putting this report together?
So they were a part of this with a whole team. There were lots of people, all of the commanders, everybody that's being touched by this. So they were involved, as well as they were putting together, there was almost daily meetings. So they were all involved. There was also, input from the Independent Oversight Committee. I want to be clear, they were staying independent. It's not like, but they needed information that people in investigations had. So, and of course all the outreach groups also, I mentioned Hawk and all them. But you asked specifically about Chief Martin. He was involved in the creation of that report, along with a whole bunch of other people.
And I asked because there's been an allegation made with regards to retaliation involving a commander who brought forth key information during the course of this investigation. And those two people were still involved in this note presented. So how certain is it that Houstonians are getting the complete story here today with this report, considering that two of the people involved were actually part of a complaint filed against them for retaliation for bringing key information to light about this?
So I have asked everybody involved in the meetings, certainly in the last several meetings where this was imminent and ready to be presented. Is there anything, and it wasn't just the two individuals, the two colleagues that you were mentioning, but it was multiple people, is there anything in there that is not accurate? Most of the stuff that's in that report has already been reported. You know that. I mean, it's been all of the circulars, the memo, the administrative statement that started, and everything's out there already. So what's in there has already been presented by the media in advance of this. However, what we provided was context. What we provided to the degree we could, because there is an internal affairs investigation. And so we can't talk about that, especially the one you just mentioned, because I can't talk about that. It was just filed. But I will tell you that for a lot of you, I doubt you're hearing a ton of new stuff because it's been so widely reported in the media already. The different documents, the different statements, a lot of it, people are talking to the media. It's happening. But what we wanted to do was give you an accurate picture of what occurred, what it was, how it happened, why it happened, because these are not bad people that the people that created this code or other people that were involved. Mistakes were made, misses were made, and there are real victims. Can't run from that. But you're asking the validity of the report. It's as valid as I can stand before you and say, as much as oversight as I've had, and I've got colleagues that are in the other room that were doing it, and executive assistant chiefs and everybody else. I have asked every one of them, for every page, is there something wrong here?
And when you asked all of those members of leadership, as you went to them to ask them this all over again, were Martin and Crawford still a part of this after the complaint was issued?
The complaint was just issued, okay? So we were already pretty much done with the report. We were putting finishing touches on it. The complaint was just issued. And that's why I can't even talk about it, because we're at the threshold of the complaint.
And my question was, did you go back to them again after the complaint was issued, sir?
To everybody? Yes. No, I just asked that question yesterday. Before I walked out of the room yesterday with the group, is there anything in this report that is inaccurate? I saw a lot of it, but I'm running the department. So I didn't oversee everything, but I have trusted agents in there, and everyone from different perspectives said there's nothing in here that's not accurate, because we didn't want to say anything inappropriate. We didn't want to put a spotlight on anybody inappropriately or anything like that.
So you went back and asked that question
Yesterday.
to Martin yesterday.
I asked everybody in the room, so not Commander Crawford, she wasn't there, but it was Assistant Chief Martin was there. Yes.
Even though it didn't levy against him as allegation?
Yes, sir. I mean, the allegation, but the report, like I said, was really complete. I think we were making, because I had been in conversation with the mayor's office, and there was a couple of things we wanted to add that came from the mayor's office, but not anything
that I know of from him. So I don't know that I want to give you what you want. He was in the room. He was in the room, okay? And right now, like I said, we can't talk about any complaints, but the team that was working on this were working and making revision after revision after revision, and most of everything that's in that report has already been said in the last few months in the media. So again, I don't think it really comes to a big surprise to most of you.
This is the first time that we've seen this type of presentation before City Council, all the members there.
Mm-hmm.
Entire city of Houston was watching this on the feed. You had the mayor as well. You spoke for, I believe, over an hour there, sir, and you took questions from everybody. But there was one thing that we didn't hear from you. 2 words. I'm sorry. You talked about the fragility. You talked about how you made mistakes. But to the Houstonians out there, as well as to the fact that businesses are looking to come here for corporations to invest in our city, and those corporations will help funnel new jobs by bringing companies here. Do you have any remorse over this to the city?
I actually think I did say, not those words, but I think I started out, the very first thing, order of business, is to reach out. There were real victims here, and we hate that. And that we are so hating that this all happened. To the public, absolutely. That all was in my report. I mean, reaching out to the public that we owe trust to, that we have to serve. We're here for you. You have a good police department. We failed here. I said that. And we did. And I said primarily it was that leadership.
Are you sorry, sir?
I am devastated about what happened. This is my department. 34 years. I have been a part of this and I've been fortunate and blessed to move up in the ranks. And my goal was always to make this place better than when I got here. Leave it better. I am devastated that this happened. And there isn't a man and woman in there that isn't. We all are sorry. We all are devastated. Nobody wants this. We need the trust, and they're good. And I hate that this might overshadow some good that this department does. When I leave here, I want to know that I've done everything I can to make it better. Not perfect, but better.
And I referenced how painful it was to him.
Yeah.
We understand that, sir. From capacity you might be within the city moving forward, that you won't miss something like this again. As you indicated, you missed it.
Yeah, we missed this. We did. And I'm not a big name caller. You already know that. I believe as leadership, we have to own it. I'm a part of the executive team, and we have to own it as a leadership team. The people that were there before, the people that are there now. And how I might do in future, I will tell you the same thing. I've always been in public service. It's how I identify myself. If there's another way that I can serve, I'm going to. I'll always try to do my very best. I won't, as like I just said, I'm not perfect, but I'm going to do my very best to make sure I don't miss anything. This one hurts, okay? This one will go with us. This will go with me, no matter what, because this is my department, and this happened in my department.
Last question. With regards to your leadership team, and press is showing there everybody was supporting you. However, there was an EAC that was missing in Hatcher. What's her status, sir?
She is a member of the Houston Police Department, an active member of the Houston Police Department right now.
Is she still an executive assistant chief?
She will not be a part of the executive team.
Has she been demoted?
She is still making decisions. And in respect to her, I'm letting her make those decisions, and she has some time to do that. And the mayor's appoint, so she has some time. 31 years of service, hard work, mistakes are made. I will say this, at our level, at the chief level, when we put on the extra star, we all know it's an appointed position and things can happen, sometimes within our control, sometimes without our control. Either way, we can still no longer be on the team. That's the deal we all take, and we understand that. So Chief Hatcher, 31 years, dedicated, will make decisions for her, okay? But she is right now an active member of the police department.
Chief, could you confirm if anyone was ever disciplined, and if so, how?
So all the IED cases, and I know y'all feel like they've been taking really long, and they have, but they actually have just gone through our administrative discipline committee, and they've just gone through our independent police oversight board, and also our city Office of Inspector General are looking. So I haven't finalized conversations with them on all the cases. They have a say. Ultimately, the final ends with me. This one, I wanted to caution and manage expectations. A lot of the officers and everybody involved in this, they were acting within policy. You know, we disagree with the policy. We can all disagree, and I think in hindsight, we can all say ultimately the wrong thing was done, the intent being what it was. But if you're acting within policy in our department, then the responsibility goes back to the people who write the policy, which is leadership, not the investigators, not the officers on the line.
So will there be individuals held accountable, and when and if that happens, will you?
Where it is appropriate, discipline cites will be issued. But where it's appropriate, again, if you're looking for a wide swath of a lot of discipline, let me say right up front, it won't be that way. We all have to live with this. We all face this, and it's now going to be, it's there, and it's a mark. Good department, but we got a mark. But the reality is, when I say systemic failure, it's not just one person. So you may not see a wide number of people that are getting disciplined. There were a lot of moves. A lot of people moved different positions, but it won't be like that. I don't anticipate that.
Chief, we've heard a couple different numbers about what it cost to finance this review and investigation. Can you talk just a little bit more about the money aspect of this?
Sure. So when this was, the magnitude of it was discovered, and then we put into place a plan to respond. We pulled in officers on overtime. The mayor's administration grant authorized the overtime, and I think our actual number right now is just under 2.8 million. However, we will very quickly exceed 3 million and beyond, because we are still going through cases, especially property crime, and other cases, and it's just going to take time. And we want to bring these to closure on behalf of the persons who were victimized, right? So that's going to happen. But we brought in officers from all over the department. They were pulled from other assignments, and that's why I'm saying that we did a whole lot in a very short time. And a lot of times people will say, well, if you can do that, why can't you always do it? 12 and 14-hour shifts constantly doing this kind of work will create burnout, and ultimately will lead to poorer investigations. We have to be mindful of our employees. We just got off of 12s mobilization for Hurricane Beryl. It taxes our people, and I need them to be, fully ready and refreshed when they're going out into the field, because they're facing dangerous situations. So how it works is we brought them in, which meant that we had to pull them off of other assignments, and we also paid overtime to get through these cases as quickly as possible. So as was stated, I think, earlier by the mayor at the Horseshoe, there were neighborhoods that did not have all the people that they normally expect them to be in. There were other duties and problems that are nuisance related, or worse, more higher crimes, that didn't get the attention that they needed because we were focused on this. We need more people, so we don't have to do that.
An extra job that probably requires more officers. In your report, you mentioned felonies and misdemeanors that have come out of this. Are we expecting any sort of comprehensive list that show what cases received charges, who
Yes.
those suspects are, that sort of report?
So I believe, as I reported earlier, and I'm pulling from my memory, but I think we had charges of 111 felonies, and then more so on misdemeanor. So yes, we will be making reports. Those reports will be coming out, and the number of charges, the felony, misdemeanor, and all those things. It's in the report, so you have it either in the slide deck or the actual report. And actually, the actual report is more comprehensive. And another thing on that note, the plan, the ultimate decision was, we answer to the public. Let's tell them what happened in the executive report, and not, this is where we are.
Chief, this was addressed before council a little bit. I know you said you didn't have the exact numbers of how the crime
So I think there might be some variance because as we get more cases we look into, we might find more different crimes. So what's titled in a report coming in sometimes is not what it actually is. Sometimes it might be titled a theft and it's actually a robbery, or vice versa. It might be titled I was robbed and it actually was a theft. Somebody broke into their car and stole their purse, right? And so proper titling and all those things will affect different types of crimes and how they're reported. The ones that are less likely to change are like homicide numbers. Those being a smaller number and so many things that go into that those numbers are probably more accurate, confident, and may not change at all. But when you get to the other crimes, when there's a lot higher volume, I don't think it's significantly going to change, but I think there will be some change.
Mayor, non-HPD questions, so I'm going to take that.
I want to clear something up. Mario, it did not happen on my watch. I'm in a cleanup mode, recovery, if you might say, from this crisis. But I apologize to the citizens of Houston. The city leadership and HPD leadership let them down. But I also want to emphasize what a great city we have. Through some effort, we've maintained public safety. Just during the storm, we were able to get 100 officers from collaboration around the state. We work with our constables. We have partnership with DPS. So it's not like we don't have collaborative effort at the state, county, constables, the adjoining precincts, but we want HPD to be the very best it can be. The rank and file go to work every day and put their lives on the line. The stress, I've had people in my office married to HPD officers, it does impact your family. So we're going to get through this, but we do owe Houstonians an apology, and people are still moving to Houston. We have to get ready. The chief's documented fewer officers than 10 years ago, although we've grown by hundreds of thousands, and it's not going to slow down anytime soon. The growth, we've been discovered. People want to be here from all over the world. So we have to support the officers that we're working with and for, and then also we've got to double down. I spent a lot of time trying to be creative about recruiting. Our best recruiters are our HPD officers. Their morale is high. They wanted to work in my administration. They know we're telling it like it is, and they're recruiting their family members to join us. I'm talking to the legislature about measures that would allow us to bring on recruits that we're losing after high school, and before they turn 21, they join the Army or move on to other occupations. We want to get a hold of those high school graduates. Some have gone to the Law Enforcement Academy. We want them to be HPD officers, and it's pretty exciting. We're going to have a 6th class. So we apologize for the circumstances that have been revealed today, but we're not kicking the can down the road any longer.
Mayor, while I've got you up there, quick point of clarification on item 11. So yesterday, your office was adamant that you hadn't put this forward, that it was other elected officials.
And then what?
Item 11, so it's the picketing ordinance. So they were adamant that you hadn't brought this forward, that it was other elected.
No, I saw that comment. We've been in discussions with all the council members. There's support for it. I don't know how your interpretation of bringing something forward, but that's what someone on my team apparently said, that it's brought forward by the council members. There was a lot of misinformation. Those very protesters were putting on social media misrepresentation. No one was going to be prevented from protesting. It was just, you have to do it and respect the neighborhood. Following Dallas and other folks.
Today it seemed pretty clear that this was in regards to an issue at your home.
And okay, it's a nice try, but it's not just directed at my residence. Lizzie Fletcher, Congresswoman, very frightened at home, young kids. Senator Cruz. It's going to be other individuals that are drawing protesters. What's really fascinating is they're protesting in front of my house and becoming much larger numbers and more aggressive over something that's not even a city issue. So we started being advised by law enforcement. We looked at ordinances across the country. The Supreme Court backs what we did. But, you know, I've got critics, and darn near anything I'm going to propose, whether it's more safety or better transportation, I've got critics out there. So that's what we're witnessing. But you know what? I'm doing it for you. I could see where perhaps someone might want to protest in front of your home.
So the initial story, though, was that other elected officials had pitched this to you. So was it Fletcher?
I'm just telling you, we worked the entire group. So I'm not familiar.
The three of you worked as a group?
I didn't say three. Where'd you come up with that?
You said we worked as a group. I'm just trying to understand.
Well, see, that's how we get misrepresentation. I didn't say three. You just did. We worked the entire council. I was told a large number wanted to go forward, and that's what they were referencing. It was brought forward. We would not take something out there if, one, it was not credible, needed, legal, and when we talked to the other council members, they wanted some more information because they're reading the misinformation. It's very constitutional, been implemented in other cities, and it's something that needs to be addressed. I don't know if you heard the description. My neighborhood cannot live in peace if you're going to allow people at 11 o'clock at night with bullhorns, drums, shining lights into your house. You know, you ought to be in my shoes. Get down on the floor for fear. And I've got young family, grandsons. I got neighbors that are being put through this. It's unnecessary and should be prohibited. I talked to HPD. They're using large resources to protect residences. And so now, if you can just back them back from the front door, it's going to be a better community for all of us.
Just to clarify, though, I mean, you still put it on the agenda. I'm just confused as to why you won't take ownership of it.
I can't be any more clear how I just described my ownership. I lead the council. I set the agenda. I propose the idea. I take full ownership.
Thanks for clearing that up. I said thanks for clearing that up.
Thank you, ma'am. Ain't nothing to clear up.
And we do have a 2 o'clock meeting, Mayor. We want to start wrapping up.
No, I'm enjoying this too much.
One was, you talked about moves. Has anyone else been removed from the executive leadership team?
So prior to me taking over, formerly Assistant Chief Kevin Deese and formerly Assistant Chief Ernest Garcia were demoted to commander. So that was the other two. That there's no one else at this point that has been removed from the team. So, yes.
The other thing I wanted to ask you about was you talked about issuing a directive about how to handle some of this moving forward. I mean, is that written down?
Yes, we in our meetings, multiple meetings, in our minutes and everything else, and it was categorized. You know, I have the chief of staff right now, Commander Garcia, who's also going to do Spanish for us if needed. But yeah, everybody knows the policy. Again, what I hate about it is that we don't have enough to do all crimes, so property crimes will suffer. But we have said all serious violent crimes are going to get investigated. If there's any workable leads at all, that has to happen. This can't happen again. And by the way, I just want to follow up again. I thought I said it in about multiple ways. We, like the mayor, we hate what happened, and I'm, as a member of this department and now representing it, I am so sorry to an entire community in the city. It's so important that we have their trust. Nobody wanted this to happen, and we're fixing this. But it did happen, and there are consequences to that, right? The consequences are most impactful around leadership, because we need the men and women of this department to trust the people making the decisions all the way up the chain. They need to have that confidence too.
Chief, the report, you
spoken a little bit about this, but it doesn't necessarily speak to the level of harm or the extent of harm. You said there are real victims, and the report has the number of charges, but I think there's two things at play where there are reports that were misclassified, they should have been suspended, but they were used in the wrong code. And then there are cases where, and I would hope to get to this matter, there are cases where arrests perhaps potentially weren't made and leads weren't followed up on. Can you speak to the
Let's go right to the one that I talked about. We had a sexual assault, a robbery and a sexual assault, and there was a prior case, and it's how we found out about it, which is the case that broke all this open. We finally did a deep dive, where we finally said, what's going on here, I guess at our level. And there's a possibility that if we'd have done everything in the first case, that second one wouldn't have happened. I got to carry that with me. So there are real victims.
Right, but as far as like there being potentially a detailed accounting of more failures, and you have to account for the privacy of victims, of course. But
Yes, so that's always the first order of business, the victims. Those are our first priority. And so obviously as cases are investigated and information is known, more may come out. Again, part of that is victim-centered first and foremost. So we're not running away from any of these things. We're going to tell the story, whether it's good or bad. But now we're just making sure that it doesn't happen again.
Mayor, it sounds like you may know who our next chief is. Do you have any insight you're able to share on it from it?
No, not today. This is the focus of this report, and I want to thank Chief Satterwhite. As I said in council, it's painful. He spent his adult life in the department, and been to funerals, been good times too, weddings. He's a real leader, and any future decisions we'll discuss another day. Other than that, thank y'all for being here.
You want to do Spanish real quick?
Oh! Yeah, I guess so. Thank you.
Mayor? Y'all need Spanish?
Yeah, don't leave.
I'll be brief.
Yeah. I don't know how you're brief on this one.
Buenas tardes, a nombre del alcalde.